Let's that officer right there, please.
Please face the clerk and wait your turn.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that you will give true answers to such questions as shall be put to in this matter now and here before the court, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
In a loud, clear voice, could you please state your name, and for the stenographer, could you spell your first name and your last name, please?
Katrina Freeman, Katrina Freeman.
Thank you. Ma'am, how old are you?
25.
And do you work?
Yes.
What do you do?
I do security at Beth Israel.
For purposes of what we call, this is a voir dire. I briefly told you what that means. I'm just going to ask you a few questions. This is different than, as we discussed, when you come back later to testify in front of the jury, okay? Do you know the Ricci family?
Yes.
How do you know them?
I dated Angel for 4 years.
And how old were you when you dated Angel?
17.
And so you dated him until you were around 21. Does that
Yep.
sound about right? Okay. And at some point, did you spend a lot of time at the Ricci household?
Yes.
Did you live there, in fact?
Yes.
How old were you when you lived with them?
I moved in when I was 17, actually 18 when I graduated. I was there until I was 21.
And when did you move out?
The end of 2020.
So around December 2020, is that right?
Yes.
And specifically for purposes of this voir dire, I'm just going to draw your attention to a particular incident that you had previously told the Commonwealth me about, okay? Do you recall an incident involving the defendant, Christine Ricci, with a knife?
Yes.
And could you tell me when you recall that, as we could call it, the knife incident occurring?
It was May 10th, 2020.
And do you remember if that was why that date stands out in your mind? Was it some sort of a special day?
Yeah, it was Mother's Day.
And with regard to that date, can you describe what it is you recall happening?
I had came home and there was some sort of argument, and I was in the basement and I was walking up the stairs, and Christine was on the floor with a knife, holding it to her wrist.
And who was in the area besides Christine?
Big Michael and Angel.
And when you say Big Michael, is that Michael Ricci Sr.?
Yes.
As opposed to Junior, who you call what?
Little Michael.
Okay. So Big Michael and Angel, and what were they doing?
Trying to stop her.
And where was Sophia?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you know where Junior was?
He wasn't living there at the time.
Okay. And one moment, please. I don't even know if And ma'am, what did you, when you got home that day, where did you come from?
My sister's house.
And when you walked in, what door did you walk into the home?
The side door.
And is that on, you described walking up or down from the basement. Could you describe that again?
I was walking up.
So had you entered in through the basement when you got home that day?
No, I came in the side door and had gone downstairs.
Okay. And then when you walked in, can you describe exactly what happened?
There was some sort of argument, and I had gone downstairs to get ready to leave because my dad was coming to pick me up.
And did you engage in any kind of conversation with Christine?
Yes.
And what did you say? Or what was said?
I don't remember the argument, but when I had seen what I saw, I asked her if she was really going to do that in front of her kids.
And what were Michael Sr. and Angel doing as it relates to Christine and the knife?
Trying to take it from her.
Were they able to?
I don't remember.
What did you do after you said what you said to her?
I left.
And what was your state of emotion or demeanor?
I was very upset.
And what was the last thing you saw downstairs before you left?
I'm not sure.
Was the situation still going on?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall talking to Angel about another incident involving a knife?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
I'm not sure exactly when it was. Me and Angel had gone home from my friend's house because little Michael had called him and told us to get home. And Angel had gone upstairs with little Michael, Christine and Big Michael, and I stayed outside in the car.
And at some point, did Angel tell you what had happened?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He told me that Christine went after Big Michael with a knife.
Did he say anything else?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And that was an incident that you were not present for, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And one moment, please. Nothing further at this time. Thank you. Defense.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Did you review any of your text messages before coming in today?
No.
No. Okay. At the time that back in 2020, may I approach her on? Just to show her a phone number so I don't have to read it out in front of the cameras.
Sure. Thank you.
I gave my copy to the judge. Do you have
Does that look like your phone number at the time?
Yes.
And that contact name, Baby, was that your contact name in Angel's phone?
Yes.
You know? Okay. And you're suggesting that you remember that happening, correct? You having those observations of Christine with a knife in her hand on May 10th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
May I approach?
You may.
I'll show you another document, another copy of a text. Again, that's your number right there at the top.
Yes.
Correct? And the date on that is 5/10/2020, correct?
Yes.
And this is at approximately 11 p.m. at night, correct?
Yes.
And do I read this correctly? You say something like, no one is doing anything, right?
Yes.
And you had recently said something like Sophia's hurting herself. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And then Angel wrote back, so is my mom.
Yes.
And then he writes, she tried hurting herself today with the big knife, or tonight with the big knife. Is that what it says?
Yes.
And you don't respond, I remember I was there and saw it, correct? You
Yes.
respond, that's what Sophia said.
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Angel responds, Sophia doesn't know. And you respond, here, Sophia is the one that told me.
Yes.
Right. You don't say, I was there, I witnessed these things. You say that Sophia told you about the event with the big knife and Christine on May 10th, 2020.
Yes, but I was still there.
And Angel knew you were there.
Yes.
Sort of curious that he thought he should tell you about the event with the big knife that he knew you witnessed.
We just had a conversation after I had left.
Okay. And you never say during any of your conversations with Angel that I was there for it, I saw part of it.
Probably not, because he knew that I was there.
And when you said that Sophia was the one that told you about it.
We must have just had a conversation about it.
Okay. Nothing further.
Other than the instance on May the 10th of 2020, other than that instance when you saw Ms. Ricci with the knife, was there any other time that you observed her with a knife in a self-harming way?
No,
Never.
never.
Just that one day on May the 10th.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Parties wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Your Honor, I think the text messages suggest that she wasn't there. I know that she said that she was, but under the circumstances, why would Angel be texting her details about the big knife event if she was there? And why would she say in response, because Sophia told me? Now, you've had an opportunity to look at the entirety of that text exchange because it was given to Your Honor yet last night. And I know that you saw that she had a completely different version of events in the text messages, including that she had to walk a long way. She was thrown out when they threatened to call the police on her at some point that day, and that she had walked a long way afterwards, not that someone had come and picked her up. So it's from my perspective, given the nature of the text messages, it's clear that that these two dates are wrong, or the date of May 10th, 2020 is wrong. It may be the case that she had an experience whereby she observed Ms. Ricci with a knife and it was one event, but I think she's conflating it with the May 10th event, which she heard about it. Maybe she felt it viscerally, maybe she imagined it vividly, and she truly believes that that's the event we're talking about, but it appears from the nature of the text messages that that's not the case. Also, though, to let her testify about what sounds like a very different event than what Angel is describing in his version of events from maybe June 6, 2019, is putting in two separate self-stabbing incidents, which have prior bad act concerns when it comes to cumulative prejudice. And I would ask that she not be allowed to testify to that. Certainly not the speech that she claims to have given to Ms. Ricci. But I think that even at a foundational level, there's the Commonwealth has not proven by a preponderance of evidence that on May 10th, 2020, this event occurred, given the nature of what the text messages say between Katrina Freeman and Angel Ricci. And under those circumstances, I think they should be excluded.
Thank you. Good morning again, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would argue that when we met with Katrina Freeman, she brought this incident up. We showed her no text messages. She remembered very clearly the date because it was meaningful to her. We've previously discussed this. She remembers being there. Part of the discovery indicated also she was under the influence that day. But what she just said was she was not there for the entirety of the event. She actually specifically said she left and doesn't know what happened thereafter, which lends to that, coupled with her drinking, lends to why this could be a bit confusing, but that ought not to preclude her from testifying to her memory of it. She has never wavered about the date and what she saw. Never. Angel, on the other hand, I think confused times, dates, and by his own admission, he was unsure and he just adopted certain dates or events on cross-examination, unlike Katrina Freeman, who has been steadfast from the moment she was first spoken to, and continues to be in her recitation of those events. Whether or not she could testify to, if Your Honor finds it too prejudicial, that she said to the defendant, you're going to do this in front of your kids, obviously we'll abide by that ruling. But this does not preclude defense from cross-examining her about her, could she be wrong? Is this something else? But I mean, we have that all the time, as we all know. We're experienced in this area here where witnesses remember things differently, and that's ripe for impeachment. And he is not precluded from doing so.
The fact that I would need to be forced to impeach her by putting in evidence that Sophia knew about this event, another extremely highly prejudicial thing in front of the jury, particularly when this is a cumulative fact. We already have evidence with regard to a stabbing and a self-harm incident. The idea that this is so important that it should be allowed in, and I should be allowed to cross-examine, knowing that in order to cross-examine, I have to put in all sorts of information about the kids knowing about this event, shows the Scylla and Charybdis that I'm in the situation, given how many prior bad acts have been put in. And it's not fair to force me on cross-examination to introduce facts which are harmful to the defendant in order to shed doubt on what is clearly a doubtful story given the nature of the text messages.
Right. The text messages as now described, and I did read through them all last night, are not inconsistent with what she is now saying on the stand. That is, she's saying that she came in to an ongoing argument. This is what she testifies to now, that she came in during an ongoing argument. It sounds like she stayed for a brief period of time, and when she left, the argument was still ongoing. It could be the case that because of that she came in during the ongoing argument, that the text messages actually make sense. That'll be for you to decide whether or not you want to cross-examine her and what the risks are associated with that cross-examination. But she has, it seems to me, a distinct memory of one instance and one instance only. She places it on May the 10th, 2020, some 6 months or 6.5 months before the stabbing. That is the incident that we're here for today. It's relevant to the jury's consideration. And you can choose strategically how you want to cross-examine her or not. There was testimony already that Sophia has been privy to arguments between the defendant and her husband, and it was not unknown to her the struggles that were going on in that family. So I don't find that the prejudice is on the as prejudicial as the defense would argue. With regard to the statement, you're going to do this on Mother's Day, or the question, that's not coming in. She can indicate what her activities were in the house, how long she was there. I don't know how long she was there. Sounds like she was there briefly. Again, she puts in her text messages that she walked a long way. I don't know what the reason for that is. We'll hear more of it on the longer questioning, whether she left. She said that her father was supposed to pick her up. I don't know if that doesn't happen because she leaves more readily than she had expected, didn't want to wait for dad. I don't know what the situation is. But that alone is not inconsistent enough in a way to make me discredit what I think is her memory, which has been recorded by the Commonwealth for now quite a long time. And she seems to be staying consistent with that. With regard to the risk that there's some other prior bad act, that's why I followed up with that last question. It is one instance and one instance only. And it is the case that often happens in many cases, that there is a disconnect between two witnesses who witnessed the same event, and that may be an honest misrecollection of when that happened. That'll be, again, for the jury to decide. Are there any other issues lingering with regard to Katrina?
No issues lingering, Your Honor. I would ask that the court mark the series of text messages for identification.
Yes, what's the next number we're up to?
Your Honor.
E? The exchange of emails between Katrina Freeman and Angel Ricci will be marked as E for identification.
Thank you.
So
I may have a copy of those emails.
And I want to make sure it's the full packet, not just the two-page exchange.
I believe, I think we gave the full packet yesterday, but we're happy to make another copy if necessary.
I think you need to because I wrote on it. Is there anything else the defense wants on mark for identification with regard to this issue?
not marked for identification, no, Your Honor. I just want to talk about Katrina Freeman. In the text, there's all sorts of information where she categorizes the house as toxic and a number of other things. I just want to make sure that she's not allowed to testify to that either.
Well, I expect that the reason that she's being called based on the prior bad acts motion is to testify to her observations that I now understand she puts herself there for 4 years. So from 2016 to 2020. So I will allow her to testify to her observations. I won't allow her, consistent with my prior rulings, to characterize it as toxic. That's for the jury to decide whether it was a hostile relationship relevant to the decision-making on motive or not.
Your Honor, just so the record's abundantly clear, I did go over with this witness the court's rulings that she can testify to her general observations of the physical and verbal interactions between the defendant and the alleged victim. She cannot testify to the defendant's anxiety or other state of mind. She cannot testify to an argument with the defendant and Angel at a party where she allegedly feigned anxiety. Those were, I believe, the court's rulings in its entirety. I'll make sure, she's not the next witness, but I'll make sure to touch base with her again to remind her that both witnesses, she and Janine, I went over kind of the same thing. They cannot make generalized characterizations, but observations are relevant.
All right, and I remind the parties with regard to the cue on the prior bad acts instruction, when you're going to hit it.
Yes, Your Honor.
We thumbs up on the jurors, so they're all in place and ready to go. Or
Well, if we're going to do Janine next,
I think she just said she wasn't the next witness, or she is.
Janine is.
Janine and then Katrina.
Janine, excuse
Yes.
me.
We, I think, have to have a conversation with the court about what's coming in with regard to the text messages that they want to put in. I'm happy to do it subject to redaction at sidebar, but I just want to flag it for the court so they know.
All right. What have you previously told me about this issue, if anything?
Should we approach, Your Honor, and I could, or would you like me to just hand up to the court the series? It's 3 series of text messages. The first dated November 6, 2018. Second grouping is January 30th, 2020. And the last grouping is March 18th, 2020. They'd be identified by Janine Bouchard as text messages she received from this defendant. Her name is saved in Janine's phone as Christine. They're dated. And they reference a lot of conversation about the affair and things of that nature. And they help to corroborate a timeline of events, Your Honor.
All right, I'll see you at the side of the bench so I can take a look at this.
I don't know if we have time. Do we have time for a comfort break, Your Honor?
Yes, certainly.
That's right.
Wait, why does this look different? Okay, just the color. Okay, it's okay. I'm angry.
Court will rise to the re-entry.
Hey. All persons with anything to do for this honorable justice, Diane Trinidad. Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting for the Commonwealth. Draw near. Give your attendance. You shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This honorable court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Morning, you may.
Good morning, everyone. Before the court is a continuation in the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci. Ms. Ricci is present and is represented by attorneys Joshua Wood and Maura Barry, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Jeremy Kuzman, Shannon Buckingham, and Jason Haran.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, jurors. Welcome back to the courthouse and to court before. We'll start today as we have started every day. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Yes. Will you comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes. And you all still have open minds?
Yes.
With those three answers all given in the affirmative, we're ready to start today's work. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Janine Bouchard.
Come on. Just head right to that officer right there, please.
Stop right there, man. Yes, right. Raise your right hand.
Morning. Do solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence that you give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending in the Commonwealth and defendant at the bar to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
There's a water.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
In a loud, clear voice, could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Janine Bouchard, Bouchard.
And what is your date of
Yeah, Janine, Janeen.
And ma'am, what is your date of birth?
8/26/70,
How old are you?
53,
And what city or town do you live in?
Pembroke.
And how long have you lived at the location that you're currently at?
Been there the last 8 years, 9 years.
And the actual address is what?
212 Plymouth Street.
Are you employed?
I am.
And what do you do?
I'm a pediatric hospice and palliative care nurse.
How long have you been a pediatric hospice nurse?
About 8 years.
And can you describe what you do, some of your duties and responses?
Your Honor, I would object to this with regard to.
She can give a foundation with regard to who the witness is, briefly.
Could you briefly tell us about duties and responsibilities in your job?
Caring for children who are terminally ill.
Thank you. And prior to you doing that job 8 years ago, were you employed in another capacity?
I've been a nurse for 20-something years, 22.
Okay. Going to draw your attention, ma'am, to the year 2018. Did you meet or know somebody by the name of Michael Ricci?
I did.
Where did you first meet him?
I met him at my stepmother's house.
And did you meet his family?
At some point.
And did you meet his wife?
That same time, yes.
And did you learn her name?
I'm sure.
Is her name Christine Ricci?
Yes.
And do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to her and tell me an article of clothing she's wearing, please?
Light blue sweater.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
And did you learn what Michael Ricci did for work when you got to know him?
I think when I first met him, I knew he worked for a friend, Mark, doing sprinkler systems.
Did you also know that he was a firefighter?
I learned that at some point.
Okay. And after you initially met Michael Ricci, did you, at your stepmother's house, did you see him again thereafter?
Yeah, a few times.
And where would you see him?
There or where she worked at the BBC.
And what is the BBC?
A restaurant and bar in Pembroke. Or it's not that anymore. I forget the name of it now.
And BBC stands for?
British Beer Company, I think.
Okay. Is that a bar restaurant?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would you go to the BBC?
A couple times a month.
And was there a particular day that you would go?
My friend and I would meet on like Thursdays, sometimes a Friday.
And did you have a particular friend that you would always go with, or would it vary?
Usually.
Who was
The
that?
same one, Danielle.
Was your job near there or your home? Is that why you chose to go there?
It was in Pembroke, but it was in between the two of our houses, and my stepmother worked there, so.
And when you say in between two of our houses, are you referring to you and your friend Danielle?
Yes.
Okay. And had you been going to the BBC on Thursdays prior to 2018, or was this something new?
Here and there. It wasn't every Thursday.
And did a friendship start between you and Michael Ricci?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Just hanging out there. He would be there sometimes with a friend, Mark, or guys he worked with.
And was Mark, is that Mark McDonald?
Yes.
And was he a friend of yours as well, or did he become one?
He became, he was good friends with my dad. And when my dad passed and when he was sick, I got to know Mark more, and he stayed very good friends with my stepmother.
Fair to say that you knew Mark McDonald before you knew Michael Ricci?
Yes.
Okay. And were there occasions when you and Michael Ricci would stay later than friends to talk at the bar?
Yes, once in a while.
And you got to know him?
Yes.
And how often, and again, we're talking about time period of, I'll draw your attention to the summer of 2018, going into the early fall. Were you still only going to the BBC one time a week?
Oh, yeah, no more than that.
And would you say each time you would go there, you would see Michael on Thursdays?
Not every time.
And at some point, did you and Michael share with one another the state of your kind of personal affairs?
Yes.
And did that include the state of his marriage at the time?
Yes.
Did he wear a wedding band?
No.
What would Michael Ricci typically drink when you were with him?
Bud Light.
Did he ever drink anything hard alcohol?
Not that I saw.
Any shots?
No.
And how much would he typically consume when you would be with him? Was it any amount that concerned you?
No, maybe a handful.
And at some point after learning about the state of his marriage, did your friendship turn into something more?
Yes.
And when was that?
The end of August, very beginning of September.
And did it turn into a romantic relationship?
Yes.
And how long did that last?
It ended Columbus Day weekend, so maybe 6 weeks.
And how did it end?
He had texted me that I think Sunday morning and said, "We're over. I need to end this. I will call you later. Please don't say anything. Just listen."
And did you respond?
I don't remember. I think I just said, okay.
Were you confused?
Yes.
And after that initial text from Michael Ricci, did you hear again from him that weekend?
No.
Did you hear again?
Oh, yes. Oh, he texted, then he called later that evening.
And this was Columbus Day weekend of 2018?
Yes.
Which would have been in October, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did he say when he called you?
Basically, we're over. You never meant anything to me. It was very scripted, just a few.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
It's stricken. You said it was over. You never meant anything to me.
Yes.
And did you hear from him again after that?
Yeah, a couple months, maybe a month or two later, I had several missed calls one night. I don't know, like in 10, 11 o'clock at night. I did not call him back. And then I think days later, there was another couple missed calls, and then another call I did answer.
Okay. And during November 2018, so shortly after things ended with Michael Ricci, who, if anyone, did you receive text messages from?
Christine.
May I approach the witness, please?
You may.
I'm just going to ask you to take a look at it's 3 pages, just going into the top of the 3rd page, and take a look at that, read it to yourself, and tell me if you recognize it, please. Do you recognize that series of text messages?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The text I received from Christine.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the text messages that she initiated with you on November 6, 2018?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit, subject to production. If they're actually this one, I don't think that's one.
Is there any further
renewing.
objection to this one?
Renewing my objection.
I note your renewed objection as redacted. It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 32.
And what was the nature of her initial communication with you on this text message, ma'am?
Objection, Your Honor. It speaks for itself, doesn't it?
I'll let it go through it.
Could you repeat that?
Yes. Could you tell us about this? May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Well, actually, I don't need to yet. Ma'am, could you tell me what the text message, the gist of the text message was?
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
May I continue?
You may.
With regard to exhibit number 32, ma'am. Just showing you that on the larger screen. Is this the initial text message that you received from Christine Ritchie?
Yes.
Fair to say it's dated November 6th, 2018, 10:50 a.m.?
Yes.
And during the course of this conversation, that was the first time she had reached out to you either by calling or texting, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say she indicates that she's contemplated going back and forth on what exactly she wanted to say to you. That's how she starts it off.
Yes.
And within the body of this text message, she indicates that you both had a part to play in this, and she's referring to the affair, correct?
Yes.
And then she proceeds to tell you of nothing, you have no guilt, no morals, not even a respect for your own family, correct?
Yes,
And that you disrespected her, correct?
correct.
And now showing you page 2, this is fair to say a continuation of the initial text message we were just referring to. And she speaks about people that she knows in your family and having respect for those people. Is that right?
Yes,
And she also references the fact that Michael Ricci owns that he made a big mistake.
yes,
And she proceeds to tell you to stay away from her husband and her family, correct?
correct.
And that if you see her, you should walk in the other direction, correct?
Right.
And then the last page of that series of November 6, 2018 message. She ends it by saying, if you see him, you should do the same, meaning go the other direction, correct?
Yes,
And she ends it by saying, you stepped into my world, and since you don't know me, I suggest you find your way out and stay out, correct?
yes.
And how did you know who that text was from, ma'am?
Just by the context.
And then at some point, did you put her name as Christine in your phone so you knew it was her?
Yes,
Okay. And was that the only text she sent you?
at that time, yes.
And did you respond to that series of text messages?
No.
Drawing your attention, ma'am, to end of November, beginning of December of 2018, what, if any, missed calls did you receive?
Those were the calls
From
in the
whom?
middle of the night, Michael's phone.
How many times did his phone number call you?
At least 7 or 8.
And this was approximately 2 months after your relationship ended with him. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
Did you call back that number after all of those missed calls?
no,
At some point, did you finally pick up the phone after the 7 or 8 missed calls?
yes.
And who was on the other line?
Michael.
And what did he say to you?
Again, I don't love you. I didn't love you. I love my wife.
Okay. And how did he sound?
Very
Objection.
monotone.
Overall, how did he sound?
Very monotone.
And what did you say?
I just said, okay.
And once he ended your short relationship, did you ever call or text him unprompted?
No,
Did you ever call or text the defendant unprompted?
no.
Now, drawing your attention, ma'am, to December of 2019, did you see the defendant?
Yes,
Where?
at my house.
And that's at 212 Plymouth Street in Pembroke?
Yes.
And approximately what time of day was this?
In the evening, I'd say 6, 7.
Was it dark outside?
Yes.
And could you describe what happened, ma'am?
She knocked on the door and I opened it and she said, do you know who I am? And I said, no. And she said, seriously? And I realized it was her. So I stepped outside. She said, I need to talk to you. So I stepped outside on the deck.
Was anyone else home?
I don't think so.
And how did she appear, namely Christine?
At first, started yelling and screaming. And
Well,
then,
Yep.
go ahead.
I'm sorry. So at first she was yelling and screaming. Was she What was she yelling and screaming?
How could you do this to me? That was my husband. And should I continue?
Did she say other things initially as well?
She was kind of all over the place. There was yelling and screaming. There was crying. There was calmness. I had explained that I was told that their marriage was over, that they both mutually agreed to separate, that she was seeing somebody else. She wasn't wearing her rings.
I would object, Your Honor, and move to strike.
All right, which portion are you moving? I'll see you at the side of the bench. Jurors, before we go further in this testimony, I'm going to give you a limiting instruction with regard to prior bad acts. You heard this earlier. I'm going to remind you of it now. You are about to hear some evidence which concerns an encounter alleged to have occurred between the defendant and this witness before the incidents which are the subject of the charged crimes in this case. This evidence is to show the nature of the relationship between the defendant and the witness and the defendant insofar as it may bear on the issues of a possible motive and the defendant's intent in this case. Like all evidence, it's up to you to decide whether you believe it or you do not, and to decide what weight that evidence should have. This evidence is not introduced, however, to show that the defendant had a bad character or propensity for violence. You may not consider the evidence for those purposes. The defendant is not charged with committing any crimes with respect to this case other than the charges contained in the indictments in this case. You may not consider such conduct as a substitution for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged, nor may you consider it as proof that the defendant has a criminal propensity, personality, or bad character. You may consider such evidence solely on the limited issues of the defendant's state of mind, motive, and intent with respect to the indictments in this case. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed the other acts, she was more likely to have committed the crimes charged in the indictments. You may proceed.
Thank you. Ma'am, just getting back to where we left off, when you said those things to the defendant with regard to thinking they were done and things of that nature, what was her response?
She agreed.
And what did you say?
I said, well, if you both agreed that the marriage was over and that you had moved on, he was moving on, you had a conversation, then why am I wrong to think that that we couldn't date? And she said, because he was my husband.
And what, if any, other questions did the defendant ask you as it related to your relationship with Michael Ricci?
She asked a lot about dates, where I was on certain dates. I didn't recall a lot of them. She had asked if he had bought me a birthday present. Just more so about dates and where I was and what we did.
And what, if anything, did Christine say about a recent phone call you received from Michael?
Objection, Your Honor. Same one, renewed.
Same basis.
Yes.
I overrule the objection for the reasons stated at the side of the bench.
You can answer that.
She said that she was listening in on both times he called.
And during the course of her visit to your home that night in December of 2019, did Christine Ricci's demeanor change at all in the course of the conversation?
Yes, there was yelling, there was crying, there was some calmness, there was conversation.
And during the course of that conversation, what, if anything, were you saying about your part in it?
I told her I was truly sorry for my part, that I wish that I had waited for them to truly be legally divorced before anything moved on in our relationship. And, you know, I can't take it back, but I do apologize and I wish them happiness.
And how long was your conversation with Christine Ricci on that date, if you recall?
I'd say at least an hour.
And how did the conversation end?
She said she forgives me and she asked if she could give me a hug.
Did you hug?
Yes.
And drawing your attention, ma'am, to January 30th, 2020, did you receive a call from the defendant?
I had a voicemail, yes.
And what did you listen to the voicemail?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She asked if her and Michael could come over and see me and talk because she thought he needed that for his therapy.
And that was a message she had left?
Yes.
And where were you when you received the voice message?
At work.
Did you respond?
A little while later, I texted her.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is the January.
Yeah.
I think we're okay on this one.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at another few pages of documents. I believe it's 4 pages, starting with January 30th, 2020 at 1:40 p.m. If you could just start and read that to yourself into the next few pages and let me know if you recognize that series of messages, please.
Okay. Yes.
You recognize that, ma'am?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
I had texted her after the voicemail and then she responded.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of your text conversation with Christine Ricci on January 30th, 2020 at 1:40 p.m.?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Renewed?
Yes.
I understand the objection. It's overruled. It'll be admitted as Exhibit 33. Thank you.
May I publish this and question the witness?
You may.
Thank you. Ma'am, just showing you what was just marked as Exhibit 33. Fair to say that you initiated the text conversation on January 30th, 2020 at 1:40, correct?
Yes.
And you initiated that text conversation after the phone call you just described, the message you received from Christine Ricci?
Yes.
And in this text message, you indicate hello to her and that you just got her message, you're at work, so you can't talk. And then you indicated if you guys want to call after 4 for a quick conversation, that's fine. And then you further indicated you don't want to see them in person. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And did you receive a text message back from her?
Yes.
And that's a message from Christine Ricci, correct?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, at the top of the page, it indicates Christine, and that's how you knew it was from her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this response, she indicates she understands your hesitancy to see Michael Ricci and how difficult it must be, but that they are working on therapy and talking to you is something that the therapist thought would be a good idea for his therapy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she further indicates in the series of messages that she also had a few things she's confused about, and she wants to be able to get some answers from you, correct?
Yes.
And that, just moving on to the next page. The end of that text chain indicates basically if she could get some thoughts straightened out, she could better help her daughter understand what's going on. And she's not asking to go inside your home. She's just asking for a sit down outside, correct?
Yes.
And then you texted her back indicating you know this is a process and you were wishing that they both could heal and move on, correct?
Yes.
And again, as you indicated earlier, you wish to her that the two of them would be happy and that your therapist advised that you have to set boundaries as it relates to this situation, correct?
Yes.
And then you end it by saying, I can't express enough how unbelievably sorry you are, correct?
Yes.
And then it continues on, and Christine continues to text back, correct?
Yes.
And then she asks if you would mind if she called you, because she needs to get questions answered to piece things together to understand what was happening in Michael Ritchie's mind, correct?
Yes.
And then you indicated you have a few minutes now. And at that point, she indicates, okay, give me a minute to go outside, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, did you speak to her on the phone that day?
Yes.
And did you speak to her? Do you know if Michael was on the phone as well?
I didn't hear him.
Okay. And what was the nature of that conversation?
She had another couple dates that she needed to know about.
Anything stand out in your mind as to a specific time or date she was inquiring about?
I don't remember the date now, but I remember when she asked the date, she asked about there was a benefit for Officer Chestnut at the BBC, and I was out of the state. I was on a work conference in Memphis, so I said I was not there, so I can't help you.
And then the conversation ended, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And now drawing your attention to March 18th, 2020, did something happen on this day?
Yes.
Where were you?
I had just gotten home from work.
And what are your hours like, or what were your hours like on this particular time frame we're referring to?
I know I got home a little later. My typical hours are 8 to 4, but if there's a child, actively passing away, I don't leave right away.
Okay. And who was at home with you when you got to your home?
My daughter.
And how old was your daughter at the time?
21.
And could you describe what happened?
It was the beginning of COVID, so as soon as I came in, I took my scrubs off and I was about to get in the shower.
And what happened?
My daughter came into my room and said that Christine was there.
And do you recall if it was dark or light out?
It was at least dusk. I can't remember if it was dark. I don't think it was that dark.
Was this a planned visit?
I didn't know about it, no.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened next?
I told my daughter to tell her to leave, that I had nothing else to say. And then my daughter came back in and said she's not leaving until she talks to you. So she said, I told her that if she doesn't leave, I'm going to call the police.
Okay.
And I said, go ahead. And then I received a text from Christine.
Okay, hold on. I'll get to that.
Okay.
So as this was going on, were you able to see Christine, or was she strictly talking to your daughter?
Just my daughter.
And where was Christine in relationship to your daughter, if you know?
Outside, as far as I know.
Okay. And you indicated that as this was going on, you also received a text message. Is that right?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm just going to show you another series, 3 pages, starting with where it says March 18th, 2020 at 6:51 p.m. I'd ask you to just take a look at that in the next couple of pages and look up when you're done reading it yourself and let me know if you recognize it. Do you recognize it, ma'am?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
Her text while I was getting ready to get in the shower.
And this is a fair and accurate depiction of the series of text messages on March 18th, 2020, initiated by Christine Ricci.
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as an exhibit.
Subject to the earlier objections. Any other objections, Attorney Wood?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I overruled the objection. It'll be admitted as Exhibit 34.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish and question the witness?
You may.
Thank you. Ma'am, showing you what's now marked as Exhibit 34, starting with the first message dated March 18, 2020 at 6:51 p.m. Is this a text message from the defendant?
Yes.
And she's texting you while she's at your house?
Yes.
And she indicates she'd like to speak to you. And then if she, and it says alls the cops, assuming that means calls the cops, I will have all of it plastered everywhere for all to know.
Yes.
And it continues on to the next page where she indicates call the cops and we could have it out in open court for public record, your choice, correct?
Yes.
And then you respond by saying she got scared, she called already, you could have just called me. Who are you referring to?
My daughter.
And then, again, this is while Christine Ricci is still at your house that this series of text messages is occurring.
Yes.
And then the defendant, Christine Ricci, indicates she asked to speak to you nicely. And she said, meaning your daughter, you were in the shower. And she indicates she told your daughter she'd wait, at which point your daughter told her to leave. And then the defendant says, you could just open the door and talk to me. I know you're right there. I need to speak to you face to face. If you want to involve the police, that's on you, but just know it's only going to hurt you, correct?
Yes.
And again, just so it's clear, the date of this is March 18th, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate there's nothing else you can say. You've apologized as much as you can, correct?
Yes.
And then lastly, she indicates, but there's a voicemail I have that I would like explained, correct?
Yes.
At some point, ma'am, did you go outside?
No.
Did you make observations of what was going on outside?
I could hear.
And did you hear the defendant when you were inside?
Yes.
And what were you hearing the defendant saying?
Her yelling. I just need to, well, at this point, the police had showed up.
Okay.
And so she was yelling to them, I need to talk to her. I just have a question. And then she started screaming, she takes care of dying children. Do you know who she is? I'm going to put this all over social media. And they kept asking her to leave. And she kept saying, I'm not leaving until I talk to her.
Okay. And her tone of voice?
Screaming.
At some point, did the defendant leave your home that night?
Yes.
And how long was the defendant being asked to leave, either by your daughter or the police, before she actually left?
Oh, I don't, if I had to guess, I'd say like 15 minutes. They kept asking her.
When the police arrived?
The police officers, yeah.
But prior to that, she had been at your home for a while asking to talk to you?
Yes.
And ma'am, how long in total were you friends with Michael Ricci?
I mean, I had met him once or twice before 2018, so I wouldn't consider that friendship, but I'd say 8 months.
Okay. And during the times you spent with him, what, if any observations did you make of erratic behavior on his part?
Objection, Your Honor.
See at the side of the bench? So jurors, I gave you the instruction. Well, I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
Ma'am, during the 8 months of your friendship with Michael Ricci, can you describe observations you made of him generally?
He was very kind, very sweet, very calm nature.
Did you ever make any observations of him in terms of his sobriety or his level of intoxication when you would be with him?
What do you mean?
Did you ever see him drunk?
No.
May I have one moment, please?
You may.
Thank you. Nothing further, thank you.
Your Honor, briefly at sidebar, if I could.
Yes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You said that you had met Michael Ricci for the first time at a Super Bowl party in 2017. Is that right?
I don't remember the year, but it was before 2018,
Yeah, so maybe about a year before 2018?
maybe.
Okay. And that was at your stepmother Tricia's house, correct?
Yes.
Now, your stepmother Trish was already friends with Michael, wasn't she?
Yes.
She knew him. And she knew him through his friend Mac or Mark McDonald.
Yes.
And they were pretty close, right?
Yes.
Your stepmother Trish was at the time the bartender at that Pembroke British Beer Company.
Yes.
And you said that you wouldn't come in very often over that 8-month period in 2018, maybe once a week, something like that. right?
Yes.
And when you would come there, it would either be Thursday, sometimes it would be Friday, but it was usually just one day a week that you would sit down and you'd have a couple of drinks with your friend Danielle.
Yes.
And when you would go there, very often the guys from the MCC company would be there, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Yeah. They were kind of regulars, weren't they?
I mean, I was only one day a week. I don't know.
But you also have a relationship with Trish.
Yes.
And she knew these guys pretty well.
Yes.
Correct. And you would have understood them to be regulars as a result of your relationship with Trish and what she knew about them, correct?
I mean, she was friends with them outside of there too. They were friends with my dad and prior to, outside of the BBC.
But when you would see Michael over that 8-month period, it was largely at the BBC.
Yes.
And when you would come in, even if it was a Friday, you'd often see him there, right? And you'd have some socializing while you were drinking with your friend Danielle?
Sometimes, if it wasn't him, it was maybe Mac or another guy that worked with them, a younger guy.
Okay. And sometimes he'd be there. Sometimes Michael would be there without Mac, right?
Sometimes.
Yeah. When you saw Michael at the BBC, would he be in the restaurant portion of the BBC or would he be over in the bar section of the BBC?
In the bar area.
Okay. And would he be eating or would he be having a drink?
I mean, sometimes they'd be eating. Sometimes it was just a beer or two, I guess.
He was always drinking a beer, though, when he was at the BBC, right? In your memory?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. And the entire time that you would spend time with him at the BBC, he would have beers. You said a handful, right?
Yes.
And does that mean anywhere up to about 5 or 6?
Probably.
Yeah. Now, obviously, during this time, you're seeing Michael Ricci kind of once a week at the bar. You're not seeing whatever he's drinking outside of the BBC. You just know what he's drinking there, right?
Right.
Now, in 2018, Trish was still good friends with Michael, right?
Yes.
She knew about she would have known about his marriage situation, right?
I don't know what they talked about.
Did you ever talk to her about it?
After it became romantic with him, yes.
Okay. And you were aware that when you first met him at that Super Bowl party, he was there with his family, right?
I don't remember. He was there a few times throughout the years.
Mm-hmm.
I think only once I saw the family with them.
Okay. Do you think that was before 2018?
Yes.
So you were aware that he was married, of course.
Yes.
Right. And you had met his daughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, his friend, meaning Michael's friend, Mac, ended up getting married at your stepmother, Trisha's house, right?
Yes.
And that was in August of 2018.
Yes.
Okay. At this point, you and Michael had been, were you guys already romantically involved or not quite yet? Okay. But you'd been seeing each other regularly at the BBC at that point?
I mean, it definitely wasn't weekly. Sometimes it was once a month. Sometimes it was a few times a month.
Okay. And sometimes it was as often as once a week?
Yes.
Okay. So you were already seeing him pretty regularly at the BBC by August of 2018 at Tammy and Mac's wedding?
Yes.
And when he came to the wedding, did he come alone or did he come with someone?
His wife was there. I don't remember if the kids were there.
Okay. Do you remember Sophia being there?
I don't recall.
Do you remember having a conversation with Sophia there?
No.
No. Okay. So in August of 2018, was it your understanding that Michael was still living in the marital home?
Yes.
Okay. So you understood that he was married still, had kids still, and that he was living in the marital home?
Yes.
Obviously, at that time, you weren't looking to start a relationship with a happily married man.
No.
Correct? So he told you he was practically divorced already, right?
By the end of August, he had said that they both agreed that the marriage was over.
Mm-hmm. Thereby overcoming your objection to having a romantic relationship with him.
Yes.
And then you felt comfortable having a relationship, which is what he wanted, right?
Yes.
Throughout your relationship, you continued to live at the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk a little bit about the progression of the relationship. Would all of your meetings still be at the BBC, or did he come to your house?
He came to my house. We would meet at the beach.
Uh-huh.
We went out and grabbed a pizza.
Okay. And that whole process, from the moment it became a romantic relationship until that call on, what was it, Columbus Day weekend in October 18?
Yes.
That would have been about how long?
6-ish weeks, 6,
6
7.
issues. Okay. Now, do you remember receiving a call from Michael at the beginning of that same weekend that you received that call where he was like breaking up with you?
At the beginning of that weekend?
Yeah, where at some point did he call you and tell you, I've told him I'm leaving the family?
I talked to him before the weekend, maybe Thursday.
Right.
And he said that he and Christine had sat down and talked it out. They talked about who was going to stay in the home, who, what their plans were.
Right. And you were surprised by that, weren't you? Because you thought they had already had that conversation.
Well, he said that they had had different conversations. He said that at one point Christine told him, if you're only staying for Sophia.
I'm just asking you what he told you about the fact that he had a conversation at the beginning of that weekend saying that he was going to be, that they had finalized and he was going to be leaving his wife.
Yes, and he said that they were going to sit down and tell the children over the weekend.
So in other words, at the beginning of the weekend, he was saying, I'm leaving my wife and we're about to tell the children. And then just 3 days later, he's calling you with that phone conversation that you earlier described.
Yeah, he didn't say he was leaving his wife. He said their marriage was over.
But was part of their plan that he was going to be leaving the marital home at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And when he said that to you, did he express any interest in moving in with you? Was that expressed during that phone conversation or not?
No.
Because you weren't there yet, right?
It just hadn't come up, no.
Yeah. Okay. Did he give any indication of where he was going to be living?
No, he had mentioned that a lot of times he'll stay at work, and I don't know. I assume that's the firehouse.
Mm-hmm. Was it your understanding that someone could live at the firehouse all the time?
I have no idea.
Okay. All right. After that phone conversation in October of 2018, when he tells you, look, we're over, and says all the other stuff that was probably unnecessary, do you ever see him at the BBC again?
Nope.
Okay. And is it your understanding that at that point he stopped sort of working with Mac, or do you not know that?
I didn't learn that till much later.
Okay. Did you get the impression during the conversation that Michael had with you at the beginning of the weekend where he said, well, we finalized everything? Did he give any indication about a sense that this was a serious relationship with you at that point?
I don't really recall exactly how it went.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say those words.
Okay. Did it seem like he was much more serious about you than you were about him during that phone conversation?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. It must have come as a huge shock that on Thursday, say, he's saying, I'm leaving my wife, and then on Sunday he's calling you and saying, plans are off and we're over.
Yes.
Do you remember calling and leaving a message for him at work to sort of just figure out what it was that he was talking about after that?
I don't recall. I wouldn't have called his work. I don't know.
You don't remember leaving a voice message saying what was going on with that phone call?
I don't recall doing that now.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the December of 2019 sit down with Christine, if I could.
Yes.
Okay. Before that December 2019 sit down, you hadn't heard anything from Christine since the previous November, right?
Correct.
And when you sat down and talked with her, it was clear that she was having a lot of emotions, correct?
Yes.
But at the very end of the conversation, it was clear that you were talking about forgiveness, and you actually even ended with a hug, right?
Correct.
She had a lot of questions, you mentioned, about particulars, right? Did it become clear from the questions that she was asking that Michael wasn't giving her the answers that she wanted?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
Did she seem to want to know a lot of questions that anyone who had lived through the experience that you had lived through would have been able to state without problem?
Sustained.
Was it clear from your conversation with Christine that there was a lot that she didn't know about your relationship with Michael?
Most of the questions were dates. Where was I on certain dates?
And she didn't know the answer to those dates because she wasn't getting them anywhere else, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, did she tell you that Michael wasn't able to answer these questions?
No, she just asked where I was on certain dates, and I couldn't even recall those certain dates.
Were you aware at that time, or did she tell you during that conversation that Michael was claiming to have broad-based problems with his memory?
No.
Was it your understanding during that conversation that Michael was in Alcoholics Anonymous?
She just said that he was doing better, that they had renewed their vows in Hawaii, they were doing great.
And that they were in therapy?
She did at some point, I don't know if it was that conversation or just the text, she did mention that they were in therapy.
And that he was in therapy on his own?
I don't know.
Okay. When she came to your house in January of 2020 and spoke with your daughter, was she asking to come in your house?
It was March.
I'm sorry, March, when she was asking to come in your house?
I don't know if I don't know the conversation with my daughter, but
Okay.
all I heard is that she wanted to talk to me.
Okay. And you weren't willing to talk to her at that point?
No.
Okay. Now, are you still close with Mark McDonald?
Probably not as close.
But you still see each other a lot?
No.
Do you see
Once in a while.
Yeah, once in a while.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the police on the March 18th date and describing the conversation that you'd had in December of 2019 with Ms. Ricci as a civil conversation about the affair?
I don't recall that. I just remember the officer coming in and he asked what happened. I gave a quick recap of she was screaming outside, do you know who she is?
Okay.
She slept with my husband. And I said, I did have a relationship with her husband. And then he said, I need to hear you say.
Are you saying, just in response to my question, are you saying that you don't remember if you told the police that the conversation in December was civil?
I do not recall that.
Would looking at the report, would that refresh your recollection, do you think?
Sure.
You could just take a look at the underlined portion and look up when you're done. Does that help refresh your recollection?
I mean, it isn't exactly what was said. I'd never said I had an affair with him.
You never said that. But you did describe the the December 2019 conversation with Christine as being civil.
If anything, I would have said it was civil. It was emotional. There were times that were civil.
Okay.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
A few questions, please. Ma'am, defense counsel asked you about the fact that you knew Michael Ricci was married with children, correct?
Yes.
When a decision was made for the two of you to have more than a friendship, is it fair to say, although you knew he was married, you believed you understood the state of his marriage to be less than good at that point, correct?
Yes.
And that was based on statements he made to you about what was going on with Christine Ricci and his marriage, correct?
Yes.
And defense counsel asked you about how when you saw Michael Ricci at Mac's wedding, at that point you were not looking to engage with a happily married man or get involved in with a happily married man, correct?
Correct.
As far as you knew, based on your friendship with Michael Ricci, by the end of August, was he a happily married man?
No.
What had he told you?
He just told,
Objection, Your Honor.
I think it's cumulative. This is at this point. Jury's heard it.
I'll move on. With regard to the conversation defense counsel asked you at the beginning of Columbus Day weekend, the Thursday, I think you said, compared to then a few days later, I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about that. Could you tell us about the nature of the conversation with Michael Ricci at the beginning of Columbus Day weekend on that Thursday?
he had said that they were having a conversation, that they had been talking about how things would go, separating, and that they had made a plan to sit down and talk to the children that weekend.
And then a few days later is when you got another call from him and text, correct?
Yes.
And how did, I know you testified to this earlier, but defense counsel asked you, were you surprised that a few days later everything kind of changed?
Yes.
And defense counsel asked you about memory issues and that's why Christine was asking about dates and times. You remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
What, if any, observations did you make of any issues with memory on behalf of Michael Ricci during the time you spent with him?
I never noticed any memory issues.
And lastly, defense counsel was asking you about some sort of March 18th conversation and it being civil. And you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And what exactly, I believe you were trying to tell us, what exactly did you tell the police was happening?
One of the officers came in and said, you know, could you let me know what happened? I said that Michael and I had had a relationship. You know, I thought they were separated and that she had come over once before. We've talked. I've apologized. She's accepted. She said they were happy. And now she is here again for more questions.
And you mentioned something about that you told the police that the defendant was screaming.
I don't remember exactly what I told the police, but I told him that that she had been there before and there was an emotional conversation and it ended civil, or I don't know what words I used, but.
And that was the conversation where you hugged and
Yes.
kind of, there was forgiveness going
Yes.
on, correct? Now, with regard to the final time when the police arrived at your home, was that conversation civil? Well, was it even a conversation with you and her?
I did not talk to her. She was just screaming the whole time.
And could you hear that, her screaming when you were inside?
Yes.
And compared to that other kind of, we'll call it the civil conversation where you hugged it out at the end, I believe you described that her emotion and her demeanor changed pretty dramatically. Is that right?
Correct.
On this last occasion, March of 2020, did her demeanor change at all?
No. I mean, I didn't see her, but she was yelling the whole time.
Nothing further.
Any recross?
At the beginning of the March 18th, 2020 event, when she was talking with your daughter, Quinn, you were in the shower, correct?
I was getting ready to get in the shower.
And getting ready. Did you end up taking a shower or not?
No.
Okay. But you remained in the other room, correct?
Until the police came in, yes.
Until the police came. And she didn't start yelling until after the police had come, correct?
I was in the bathroom far away from the front door, so I don't know. I couldn't hear her if she was.
So the previous questioning about how she was always yelling the whole time, you're not sure. You just know that she was yelling sort of at the end when the police arrived.
From the time I could hear her, yes.
Right. Okay. Nothing further.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Katrina Freeman, please.
Jurors, given our little delayed start this morning, I'm going to run you to about 11:30 before the break, all right? If anybody has a problem with that, you let me know.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give is court and the jury is matter now and Commonwealth defendant Bouchard with the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
In a loud, clear voice, could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name, please?
Katrina Freeman, KatrinaFreeman.
Thank you, ma'am. And your date of birth?
3/27/99,
How old are you?
25,
And what city or town do you currently live in?
Pembroke,
How long have you lived in Pembroke?
2 years,
Can you describe what your level of schooling is?
just got my high school diploma.
And then did you begin working?
Yes,
And are you currently employed?
yes.
Where are you employed?
Beth Israel,
In what capacity?
I do security,
How long have you been doing Beth Israel security?
2 years.
What did you do before then?
I did housekeeping,
And do you know the Ricci family, ma'am?
yes.
How do you know them?
I dated their son for 4 years,
Which son?
Angel Richie,
How old were you when you dated Angel Ricci?
17, until I was 21.
And how did you meet him?
I met him when we both worked at Kohl's
And where's the Coles?
in Pembroke.
Who, if anyone else from his family, worked at Coles with you?
Christine Ritchie,
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
yes.
Could you please point to her and tell me an article of clothing she's wearing?
Blue blazer,
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification made by the witness of the defendant, please?
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
The record will reflect the witness is identified, the defendant.
Thank you. And who did you meet first? Was it Christine Ritchie or Angel Ritchie?
Christine,
And could you describe what your relationship was like when you first met Christine, please?
we were friendly at work, became friends on Facebook.
And over the course of the next few years that you were dating Angel, did your relationship with Christine become closer?
Yes,
And how long did you work with them, namely Angel and Christine at Kohl's?
probably close to 2 years.
And at some point, did you meet the rest of the Ritchie family?
Yes, soon
And-
after we started dating.
And did you go to their home in Marshfield?
Yes,
Is that where you met the rest of the family?
yes.
And could you describe who else you met?
Michael Sr., Michael Jr., and Sophia.
And did you have kind of a nickname when talking about Michael Sr. versus Michael Jr.?
Big Michael and Little Michael.
Okay. And who is Angel to Big Michael or Michael Sr.?
Angel is Michael's adopted son.
And do you remember the first time you met Michael Sr.?
Yes,
How did you meet him?
I just went over to the house one day and he was there.
And what was your relationship like with him?
Just a good relationship. We weren't too close in the beginning.
We're not too close?
Yeah.
Was he, did you speak often, or was it more a relationship you had with Christine in terms of how much you communicated with the family?
Closer with Christine.
And did you start off by being friends with Angel and then go into a dating relationship, or did you immediately start dating?
Immediately started dating.
And how often would you spend time with Angel and his family?
I was over the house maybe 3 to 4 days a week.
And I'm sorry if you already answered this. He has a younger sister as well, is that right?
Yes.
And her name?
Sophia Ricci.
And what was your relationship like with Sophia?
We were very close.
And what about with Michael Jr.?
We weren't close in the beginning until about 2 years later.
So about halfway into your 4-year dating relationship with Angel, you became closer with him?
Yes.
And do you recall the address in which the Ricci family lived?
679 Maureen Street, Marshfield.
And at some point into your dating relationship with Angel, did your living arrangement change?
Yes.
Where had you been living?
At home with my family.
In the town of Pembroke?
Hanson.
Oh, in Hanson, I'm sorry. And then how did your living arrangement change?
When I graduated in 2017, soon after that, I had moved in.
Did you have your own room or did you share a room?
I shared a room with Angel.
And where was his room?
In the basement.
And how soon after you graduated did you move in?
Maybe a month or two.
And once you moved in, did you become even closer to Christine Ricci?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did the defendant, Christine Ricci, do besides work with you at Kohl's?
She did Zumba.
And do you know where she would teach Zumba or just go to Zumba classes? Do you recall?
She did both. She would go all over the place.
And when you say go all over the place, what are you referring to?
Go to different places around to teach class or take trips.
Like a Zumba cruise?
Yes.
And what years are we referring to, excuse me, just to be clear as to when you began living with them?
2017.
And just want to show you a number of photographs. May I approach, please?
You may.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at a series of photographs and tell me if you recognize what's contained in the photographs.
Outside of the house.
Okay, and the house you're referring to, is that the Marine Street address?
Yes.
Okay. And are those all fair and accurate depictions of the exterior of that location,
Yes.
679 Marine Street?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask that each of these be marked as exhibits, Your Honor, and then request to publish them as I ask for further questions.
How many photos are there, Madam Prosecutor?
Seven. Would you like them to be marked as a group?
We've been marking everything individually, so I'll have them marked that way. 36 through 41, excuse me, 35 through 41. Excuse me. Is there any objection to that? I took it from your body language earlier that there was not. Thank you. Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at what was previously marked as Exhibit 35. Do you recognize this to be a particular location?
That is the front of the house.
And I'm pointing now to a door. Is that the front door?
Yes.
And if you can, with Your Honor's permission, if the witness could get off the stand and just describe what rooms are where in the home.
She may, there's a pointer on top of the platform in front of the TV.
If you can, Katrina, Ms. Freeman, actually, sorry. Could you point on the photograph to the various rooms that you recall and who they belong to?
That one was Sophia's room, and these two windows were Michael and Christine's room. And then that room was the front room.
And what about the room underneath Sophia's room?
The dining room or living room.
And does this photograph show where you stayed with Angel? And just going to show you what was marked as 41 exhibit. Could you tell me what we're looking at here?
That is the back of the house. So these two windows were in the kitchen. That's little Michael's room and the upstairs bathroom.
And what is on the side here?
The living room.
Okay. And showing you what was marked as Exhibit 36, what are we looking at there?
The back of the living room.
And Exhibit 37,
That is also the living room.
different angle?
Yes.
Okay. And 38,
Also the living room.
okay. And is this just a different angle?
Yes.
Is that,
And then over there is the dining room.
okay. And showing you what was marked as Exhibit 40.
That is also the dining room.
And the red door here, that's not the front door, correct?
Correct.
Would people, what area of the home, if you went in through that door, would it lead to?
The dining room.
Okay. And in terms of the number of doors downstairs in and around the dining room area, are there multiple ways to get in and outside?
Yes.
And if anybody were to smoke a cigarette, typically, would they go out a particular door?
That side door.
The red door here in Exhibit 40?
Yes.
Okay. You could resume the stand. Thank you. And with regard to those doors, when you were living there for 4 years, were those doors typically kept unlocked unless everyone was leaving for the day?
During the day, they would be unlocked.
And what about, did anyone ever use like the sliding glass doors that we saw?
No.
Okay. And what was Michael Ricci like to live with?
At first, he was a bit intimidating. He was quiet, reserved. And as I got more comfortable being there and living there, he opened up a bit more.
Was he less intimidating?
Yes.
Do you know what he did for a living?
Yes.
What did he do?
He worked for Boston Fire Department.
Are you aware of any other jobs he did?
Yes.
And what was that?
MCC in Pembroke.
Is that a sprinkler system
Yes.
company? Okay. And in terms of Michael Ricci and living with him, could you describe your observations during the first 2 years you lived at that location, observations of how he was with the defendant?
They were pretty close. Their relationship was good. They did a lot together, took a couple trips together.
And how was he with his children?
Good.
And what about the defendant? How was she with her children those first couple of years, based on your observations?
She was good.
And how was she with Michael Ricci?
Also good.
And how often, when you were living there, would Michael Ricci be home versus at work, if you recall?
He worked a lot during the week, during the day, and then 2 days out of the week he would be at work in Boston.
And when he came home from work, if you were home and made observations, what would he typically be doing when he got home from work?
When he got home after working for 24 hours, he would usually be asleep. And other days he would get home in the evening and sit in his chair in the living room and drink beer.
And when you were living there and things were good in the family, would you all do things together kind of as a family?
Sometimes, like sit in the living room and watch TV.
Would you describe it as a happy house during those first couple of years?
Yes.
At some point, did everything change?
Yes.
When was that?
October of 2018.
And can you describe how you remember when it all changed?
Yes, I had gotten a text from Christine asking me and Angel to go over to her friend's house, and that is where she had told us that Michael was having an affair.
And do you recall where you and Angel were when you got the text?
I was out. I was bringing Sophia to her friend's house, and Angel was at home, so I went back to pick him up.
And do you recall where Christine was or where she asked you to come to her?
Her friend's house in Pembroke.
Had you ever been there before?
No.
And upon your arrival, can you describe what happened?
We had walked in, and she was sitting on the couch. Her back was towards us, and she was smoking a cigarette and having a drink.
And when you say a drink, what kind of drink?
I'm not sure.
Do you know if it was alcoholic or alcohol or non-alcoholic, or do you not know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And did the defendant seem different in any way to you upon your arrival there?
Yes.
How so?
Very upset.
Had you ever seen her smoking before?
No.
And can you describe what happened next when you got there?
She sat me and Angel down and told us about the
And what
affair.
did she, I'm sorry.
She told us about the affair when she sat us down.
What else did she say to you about the situation?
She told us that there was someone else and that he was leaving.
What, if anything, did she say about any change in your and Angel's role as a result of this?
She talked to us about how we were going to move forward and take care of the house and things like that.
And as far as you understood, was her plan to end things with Michael Ricci?
Yes.
Did that change after she initially told you that at her friend's house?
Yes.
How soon after?
A day or two, maybe 3.
What did she say?
She told us that Michael was going to stay.
Did she indicate how they were going to continue on together?
She just said that they were going to work on things.
And after she told you and Angel about the affair at her friend's house, how did life in the Ricci household change thereafter?
It was very different. There was a lot of fighting and yelling and just a lot of tension in the house.
Would you be present to witness these arguments?
Yes.
Would you always see them, or would you sometimes not see them, but you would
I
hear
wouldn't
them?
always see them, but I would hear them
How often would they argue?
nearly every day.
How long did that go on for?
Over 2 years.
At some point, had you kind of hit your breaking point in terms of how often the arguing was going on?
Yes.
And what did that prompt you to do?
I moved out.
When did you move out?
December of 2020.
1 month before Michael Ritchie's death?
Yes.
And were the daily arguments, as you just described, happening up until the point you moved out?
Yes.
And with regard to those arguments, can you describe things you would hear in terms of their voices and then other objects around the house during the course of the argument?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
What, if anything, can you describe the arguing that you heard?
A lot of yelling and crying.
By who?
Christine.
And what kinds of things would you hear her say?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
It was mostly, well, always about the affair.
Up until you left in December of 2020?
Yes.
And do you recall her any specifics of what she would be yelling?
No.
And what about Michael Ritchie? What, if anything, would you hear when she would be yelling and crying?
He didn't remember.
And when you say he didn't remember what?
Any questions that she had about the affair?
So she was asking details about the affair?
Yes.
And he wouldn't remember, or he wouldn't remember.
Objection as to the characterization by the prosecutor of what the testimony just was.
I could ask a different question.
Thank you.
What kinds of things would she be asking him that he couldn't remember?
Details about how it happened and what happened.
And what, if anything, would she demand?
She wanted answers.
And what would Christine Ritchie's tone of voice be like?
She was yelling and crying.
And where would the kids, as we call them, Angel, Michael Jr., and Sophia be when they would be fighting?
Your Honor, more
Rose.
foundation is necessary for this question, I think.
If
It's a
you know.
2-year period.
Establish the foundation of
Sure.
through the witness.
Of course. Ma'am, do you recall if during these daily arguments, if anybody else would be home?
Yes.
And who would be home?
Angel, Michael, and Sophia and me.
And typically, if you know, would they be in the same room as the argument?
No.
And would you hear Christine Ritchie and Michael Ritchie argue about anything else besides the affair?
No.
What, if any, injuries did you ever see as a result of the fighting on Christine Ritchie?
She had
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's see at the side of the bench. So jurors, I'm going to give you the limiting instruction again on prior bad acts as I anticipate. I anticipate you're about to hear evidence concerning certain encounters alleged to have occurred between the defendant and the decedent, Michael Ricci, before the incidents which are the subject of the crimes in this case. This evidence is introduced to show the nature of the relationship between the defendant and the complaining witness, and the decedent, and insofar as it might bear on issues of possible motive and the defendant's intent in this case. Like all evidence, it's up to you to decide whether you believe it or you do not, and to decide what weight you should give this evidence. This evidence is not introduced, however, to show that the defendant had a bad character or propensity for violence. You may not consider the evidence for those purposes. The defendant is not charged with committing any crimes with respect to the decedent, other than the charges contained in the indictments in this case. You may not consider such conduct as a substitution for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged, nor may you consider it as proof that the defendant has a criminal propensity or a bad character. You may consider this evidence solely on the limited issues of the defendant's state of mind, motive, and intent with respect to the indictments in this case. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these other acts, she was more likely to have committed the crimes charged in the indictments. You may proceed.
Thank you. With regard to any injuries, let me start by asking, did you ever see the defendant injured following an argument?
Yes.
And do you remember when this was?
The end of 2018.
And describe what happened.
I was told that there was an argument and she had punched him in the face.
Who told you that?
Christine.
Had you been hearing them argue prior to her making those statements?
Yes.
Where were they arguing?
Outside.
Outside the home?
Yes.
And then, was it over the affair?
Yes.
Where were you?
In the basement.
Were you able to hear their volume from being inside?
Before they had gone outside.
So did the argument begin inside and then work its way outside?
Yes.
And was that common,
Yes.
that they would take the fight outside?
Yes.
And do you know why that was?
So we wouldn't hear.
And on this particular occasion, which you believe to be the end of 2018, once they moved outside and continued arguing, whose voice did you hear?
Before she answers that, Your Honor, I would move to strike the answer with regard to their reasons for taking it outside.
All right. As the question was asked, I will strike that with regard to what the intent was when they took it outside. That testimony is stricken from the record.
And on this particular occasion, at some point, did you have a conversation with Christine at the conclusion of the argument?
Yes.
Where did that take place?
I don't remember.
Was it the same day?
No.
And was it soon after?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did she say to you?
She told me what happened and that she had gone to the hospital after.
What did she tell you had happened?
That there was an argument and she punched him in the face.
Who?
Christine. Punched
She-
Michael.
She punched who?
Michael.
Did you see his face after that argument?
Yes.
What, if any, injuries did you observe?
He had a bruise.
And during the course of following the defendant telling you about the affair, and that they were going to try to work on things. What was the general mood like in the house thereafter?
It was very depressing.
And what, if any, changes did you see in the defendant in terms of housekeeping?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis?
I think it's irrelevant.
May we be heard at
Frankly-
sidebar?
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
I think you had just testified that the general mood in the house during the last 2 years you were living there was depressing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, changes did you see in Christine Ricci in terms of what she used to do around the house versus those last 2 years?
There wasn't much cleaning or anything going on in the house.
And was that different? The state of the house and the cleanliness of the house, did it change after the affair was revealed?
Yes.
And during this time period, did you, although you lived in the basement with Angel, did you have free reign over the house and kind of look at different rooms at different times?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to take a look at a photograph. Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
The kitchen.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of, was the last, let me ask you this, the last time you were in the Ricci home, was that when you left in December of 2020? Or
Yes.
had you been back there thereafter?
I didn't go back.
So is that a fair and accurate depiction of how you remembered that area looking?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit, please.
Any
Nope.
further objection?
The same one.
All right. It'll be marked as Exhibit 42.
And I'm just showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
The kitchen.
And is this just a little bit of a different angle than the last photograph?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of how it appeared, that area, when you last were there in December of 2020?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit.
Same objection?
Yes.
It'll be marked in a minute as Exhibit 43.
And had you ever been inside the marital bedroom,
Yes.
the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you, let me ask you this, what was Michael Ritchie's living conditions like in his bedroom?
Objection as to the characterization. If she has pictures, I think they speak for themselves.
May I approach the
Great.
witness?
Yep.
Ask you to take a look at two photographs. The first one, if you could tell me if you recognize that.
Yes.
What do you recognize this photograph to be?
Michael's side of the room.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of how it appeared when you were last there in December of 2020?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit.
Same objection?
Yes.
Exhibit 44 is marked in a minute into evidence. Is it one or two?
It's one photograph, and now I'm going to show her the next one. With regard to this next photograph, can you take a look at it and tell me if you could recognize that?
The rest of the bedroom.
And whose side of the bedroom is that?
Christine's.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of how it appeared when you were last there?
No.
It's not. How did it look when you were last there?
Cleaner.
And is that her side of the bedroom?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit.
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
With your Honor's permission, may I publish these photographs that were marked?
Exhibits 42 to 44?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Ma'am, just for jury's purpose, I'm showing you Exhibit 42. And this is in terms of, just so we have some idea, what area of the home is this?
The kitchen.
And in relation to the dining room, where is this room?
Can you ask that again?
Yes, where is this kitchen area in relationship to the rest of the home?
Up the stairs from the living room, dining room.
And with Your Honor's permission, could she get off the stand and show us with the pointer where that area is she's referring to?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you came in through like over here, that's where the living room was and those steps.
So if I'm looking at the photograph, would I be kind of in the living room area?
No,
Where is the living room?
behind, if you were standing there.
Behind me?
Yes,
And what room would I be in?
the kitchen.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to show you now Exhibit 43. This is just a different angle than the last photograph, correct?
Yes.
And could you tell us, may I approach?
You may.
What are we looking at this area right here where there's kind of an arch?
The front room or another living room.
And the other angle of the photograph that we were looking at is the kitchen area would be where I'm making a circle a few feet in front of the photograph.
Yes.
And then the steps down, where is that in relation to where we're looking?
If you were standing there, it'd be behind you.
And the steps down lead to where?
The living room.
Okay.
Dining room.
Thank you. And with regard to Exhibit 44, you had indicated that was Michael Ritchie's side of the room, is that correct?
Yes.
Madam Prosecutor, I think we're going to take our break this morning. I'll stick it to a 15-minute break. We'll be back on for another hour of evidence right at noon, or a little bit right after noon.
Adjourned to station no books on the chair. Exit this way.
Step down.
You seated?
I'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Point. All right. Court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, we are returning to the matter of Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci. All parties are present in the quorum.
May we briefly approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anxious and stressed.
Court all rise to re-entering. This court's now in session. Be seated, please.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Freeman, did you see any changes in Michael Ricci after the affair was disclosed?
Yes.
Could you describe what changes you saw in him?
He became a bit more talkative. He was sad, anxious, and stressed.
And what, if any, changes did you see in the defendant in terms of her kind of getting out and about?
She would still go out and do things, but it lessened over the years.
Could you describe further what you are talking about in terms of the time frame?
She would go out and do things in 2019, but then in 2020, when COVID hit, she stayed in the house a lot.
In all fairness, didn't most people?
Yes.
So was there anything unusually different about the way she was acting compared to other people in the house?
She eventually stayed in her room most of the time.
And was that leading up to the time that you left?
Yes.
And what, if any, changes did you see in Michael Ricci's drinking habits?
He stopped.
Do you recall when it was that he stopped in relationship to when you were told about the affair?
A couple months after.
Are you aware of any groups he began attending relating to his drinking?
Yes.
And what group was that?
AA.
And what, if any, observations did you make about how often he would go?
Multiple times a week.
And who, if anybody, would go with him to the AA meetings?
Christine.
As far as you observed, did she go to each meeting, to every meeting?
Objection. Based on the
Sustained.
foundation.
And what, if any, observations did you make relative to Michael Ricci's socializing?
He made a lot of friends in AA.
Were you familiar with his friends that were not AA related?
One of them,
Who was that?
Mark McDonald.
What, if any, changes did you see in the way or the amount of times that Michael Ricci hung out with friends like Mark McDonald after the affair was revealed?
He did not see his friends.
What's that?
He didn't see his friends.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Michael Ricci and his cell phone?
He got a new number eventually.
Do you know the circumstances of him getting a new number?
Because of the affair.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. The last
To strike.
answer's stricken.
And were you aware whether or not Michael Ricci, when you first moved into the house, was on social media?
Yes.
And would you see him posting things?
Not
Or-
much.
And what, if anything, did you observe as it related to his social media?
All of his social media was gone.
Did you know why?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And did you ever observe Michael Ricci go out and socializing without Christine Ricci with him?
Not that I know of.
And with regard to the incident that you previously described, where the defendant told you she punched or hit Michael in the face, do you recall seeing an injury to her body?
Yes.
Other than that injury to her hand, I believe you described, did you ever see any other injuries on her person following arguments with Michael?
Yes.
What other injuries did you say?
I had seen cuts on her.
And what about Michael following arguments?
No.
Other than bruised face?
Yeah.
And drawing your attention to May 10th of 2020, do you recall that day?
Yes.
Do you recall what that day was?
Yes.
And what day was that?
It was Mother's Day.
And just getting back a moment to the cuts you saw on Christine Ricci.
Your Honor, note my objection to that last answer based on what we talked about before.
I note your objection.
Were those cuts on her hands?
No.
Were those cuts, do you know how the cuts came about?
She did it herself.
I'll let the answer stand.
She did it herself?
Yes.
Drawing your attention to Mother's Day, May 10th, 2020. I'm sorry, May 10th, 2020. You just, I believe, testified that that was Mother's Day. Is that right?
Yes.
And where were you that day?
I was at my sister's house.
Where was that?
Pembroke.
And were you with any of the Ricci family at your sister's house?
Angel.
And were you, what were you doing at your sister's house?
It was my nephew's birthday.
On Mother's Day?
Yes.
Is that traditionally Mother's Day a tough day for you?
Yes.
And could you explain why?
My mother passed away in
Objection, Your Honor.
2013.
All right. I'll strike the last answer. It's a tough day for her.
And what, if anything, were you doing at your sister's house with Angel? Was there food, drinking? What was going on?
There was food and drinking.
Did you do both?
Yes.
And at some point, did you and Angel leave your sister's house?
Yes.
And where did you go?
To our house in Marshfield.
And that's the Moraine Street address?
Yes.
And when you got there, who was there?
Christine and Michael. I'm not
Would
sure.
now
if
be a
Sophie
good time
was.
for the short instruction.
Yes.
Jurors, I'm going to give you an instruction again with regard to prior bad acts. You are about to hear testimony about certain acts allegedly committed by the defendant. As you know, the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than the charges contained in the two indictments. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged, nor may you consider them as proof that the defendant has a criminal personality or bad character. But you may consider the acts solely on the limited issues of motive, state of mind, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident on the part of the defendant. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, she must have also committed the offense for which she has been charged. It would be extremely unfair to consider this evidence for those purposes, particularly knowing that she's not been charged with anything else related to those acts. Moreover, those acts have no relevance whatever to the charges in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you. Upon your return with Angel to the house on Moraine Street, where did you go?
In the basement.
And were you with Angel the whole time when you got back, or did you separate when you first got back?
I'm not sure.
At some point, you indicated you went down to the basement, is that right?
Yes.
And what was in the basement?
I was packing a bag.
To go where?
To my dad's.
And could you describe what happened upon your return to the home?
There was some sort of argument. I'm not sure who it was between, so I wanted to leave.
Is that why you went and packed?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say there was an argument, where was the argument?
Upstairs in the living room.
May I have one moment, please?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Thank you. Ma'am, when you described, actually, let me show you this. Showing you what was marked as Exhibit 7. Do you recognize that area of the home?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
The living room, dining room.
And is this the living room that you're referring to that the argument was happening in?
Yes.
I'm just going to show it to you on the large screen. It's Exhibit 7. So if you can tell us, what room are we looking at here?
Dining room.
And just for the record, I'm pointing to the lower left-hand corner of the photograph. And is it fair to say it goes right into the living room?
Yes.
And the only kind of delineation is by the material on the floor?
Yes.
And the furniture, obviously. And where in relationship to this photograph did you see and hear the argument when you emerged from the basement?
I'm not sure.
Did you know it was the living room?
Yes.
Okay. So is it fair to say in this photograph, it was in the kind of center of the photograph?
Or more in front of the bathroom, kind of just standing around the coffee table.
Could I ask for the witness to show us on the actual big screen what area she's referring to, please?
She may.
So where's the bathroom?
Right here.
So you're pointing with the pointer to kind of the to the right of the brown box?
Yes.
Okay. And best of your recollection is that that's where in that general area the argument was happening?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And just to go back one moment, I'm going to just show you Exhibit 8. Earlier in your testimony, you were describing how the kitchen has steps down to an area, correct?
Yes.
Is that shown in this photograph, Exhibit 8?
Yes.
And those, I'm pointing to the stairs in the middle, are those the stairs that you're referring to?
Yes.
And that goes, that area goes into this area, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you Exhibit 6. Okay, thank you. You could resume the stand. Now, with regard to Mother's Day, May 10th, 2020, can you explain when you got home what door you came in through?
The side door.
And the side door was the one that you showed us, and the other red door without the wreath on it, is that right?
Yes.
And when you walked in, did you see the defendant and Michael Ricci?
Yes.
And what did you hear? Was there arguing going on?
I'm not sure if it was between the two of them.
Okay. Did you hear Christine speaking?
Yes.
And what was the tone of her voice?
Upset.
Did you hear anyone else speaking?
Angel.
What was the tone of his voice?
Upset.
What about Michael Ricci?
I'm not sure.
You have no clear memory of his, if he was speaking at all? Okay. And at some point, you made a decision to go downstairs to your and Angel's bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated earlier you were packing a bag, correct?
Yes.
And then at some point, did you come back upstairs?
Yes.
Could you describe what you saw?
Christine was sitting on the kitchen floor with a knife.
And who, if anyone, was around her?
Michael and Angel.
And when you say Michael, is that Michael Sr.?
Yes.
Was Michael Jr. there?
No.
And what, if anything, were Michael Sr. and Angel doing as Christine was on the floor holding a knife?
They were trying to stop her.
And when you say trying to stop her without making any conclusory statements, trying to stop her from doing what?
Cut herself.
And at some point, were they successful in removing the knife from Christine's hand?
I'm not sure.
Okay. What did you do as this was happening?
I left.
Who'd you leave with?
My dad.
Your dad was not there, correct?
Correct.
So you left to go to your dad's?
He picked me up.
Okay. Had you seen where Christine Ricci had gotten that knife from?
No.
At the time that you left the home, what was going on in the home on that day?
I'm not sure.
Well, had things calmed down, or were they still kind of in the state that you just described where they were trying to actively get the knife away?
That was happening as soon as I had walked out, so I'm not sure what happened after.
Okay. So basically, generally the same time she was holding the knife, they were trying to get it away and you were leaving?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you change your living situation after or sometime in 2020?
Yes.
And what month was that?
December.
And why did you move out?
I had ended the relationship with Angel and also because of all of the fighting.
Did you remain in contact with Christine Ricci?
No.
Did you remain in contact with any of the Ricci family after you moved out?
Yes.
Who?
Angel, Sophia, and little Michael.
And after you moved out, did you ever go back into the home?
Yes.
And what was that for?
To get the rest of my things.
And did you see Christine Ricci after you moved out in December 2020?
No.
And at some point, did you come to learn about the incident on January 28th,
Yes.
a month later?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
And ma'am, when you lived with the Ricci's for, how long did you live with them again?
About 4 years.
4 years. And Is it fair to say that kind of the halfway point in those 4 years was when you learned about the affair, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe what your relationship was like with Christine before that all happened?
It
The
was very
first
good.
2 years?
We were very close.
Could you describe how close, like what kinds of things you guys did?
We would watch movies together, just sit on the couch, go out sometimes, go shopping.
And what about after you learned of the affair?
We still spent a lot of time together.
I have one moment, please.
Yes?
Thank you. Just a couple more questions, ma'am. As just getting back to Michael Ricci's social media, did you indicated at some point it all kind of disappeared, is that right?
Yes.
And then sometime thereafter, did you see his name pop up again and kind of a new social media account came up?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Is that the foundation for how she knows this?
Can you describe how you knew this information that you just described?
I believe it was a shared Facebook account.
With who?
Him and Christine.
And prior to when he had his old social media, was that a shared account, if you know?
No.
Thank you.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Having lived at the Ritchie home at 679 Moraine Street for 4 years, you're fairly well familiar with the layout of the house, and you talked a lot about it on direct examination.
Yes.
I want to talk about that living room, dining room area along the side of the house. As you stated, there is a transition between that room and the kitchen, and there's 2 stairs.
Yes.
And is that about a foot, would you say, or a little bit more than a foot between the sunken living room, dining room, and that kitchen?
Yes.
How tall was Michael?
6'2",
Okay. And Christine?
5'2".
Okay. In 2007, did you become, I'm sorry, 2017, when you began to live at the Ritchie home, did you learn during that year that Ms. Ritchie had some sort of condition that required her to wear a brace on one arm?
Yes.
Okay, you were aware of that?
Yes.
And did she wear such a brace, like, basically through most of the time that you lived with her?
Yes, but she didn't always have them on.
Okay, but that was something for an ongoing condition that she had?
Yes.
That event where you mentioned in end of 2018 where you said they had an argument, they came back in, Christine had an injured hand, correct? And Michael had, you said, some swelling near his eye?
Yes.
The result of that, the injury that you saw was some swelling by his eye, correct?
It was a bruise.
A bruise. Had it already formed a bruise by the time you saw it, or only later?
Probably later. 'Cause
Okay.
It happened late at night, so I didn't see either of them until the next day.
Till the next day. Okay. But Christine was fairly well hurt by that interaction, right?
Yes.
She went to the hospital
Yes.
and she had like a cast on after that for weeks.
Yes.
That took place, as you say, at the end of 2018. So that would have been like 2.5, 3 months after the affair.
Yes.
You said a couple months after the affair, Michael started going to AA.
Yes.
He went multiple times a week.
Yes.
He got a sponsor.
Yes.
He worked the steps, correct?
Yes.
He went to a men's group.
I believe so.
He also did commitments, which is when people speak at other events, right?
Yes.
Right. He stayed sober.
Yes.
He also started to go see a mental health counselor.
Yes.
He went to see a psychiatrist as part of that.
Yes.
And he was prescribed some medications.
Yes.
And as far as you know,
Is that the basis?
May we be heard at sidebar?
Yes.
you observed Michael take those medications?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that Michael claimed to have some memory problems in the aftermath of the affair, correct?
Yes.
Didn't he claim that in 2018 that he were long periods of time that he didn't have memory about?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Are you aware that they went for a neurological scan?
No.
Okay. Now, at this time, you were working full-time, correct?
Yes.
You were also living in the basement, right?
Yes.
As you mentioned before, there was a lot of fighting going on, right?
Yes.
You were probably trying to spend as much time as possible outside the house. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So there could have been things like, for example, a neurological scan or other things that you might not have known about. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, Michael's schedule, you said during direct examination, was that when he worked for the fire department, he'd work one day, correct? And then he'd have 2 days off.
Yes.
Then he'd work another 24-hour shift, right?
Yes.
And then he'd have 4 days off.
Yes.
So essentially, and that was every week. And if he wasn't working at MCC, that schedule, other than maybe a couple side jobs that he might have picked up, that's what he worked during the course of a week, right?
Yes.
And so he would have approximately like 5 days off every week.
Yes.
During that same period of time, meaning after the affair, Christine was doing Zumba, correct?
Yes.
And then, and as you said, she was going all over to sort of do Zumba, maybe teaching classes in various parts of town.
Yes.
And even doing cruises, correct?
Yes.
After COVID hit, most of her Zumba business moved into an online sort of format, right?
Yes.
And after Michael Jr. left the house in 2019, she was essentially doing most of her Zumba classes out of what was his old room.
Eventually, yes.
Yeah. And she'd be teaching multiple classes a day.
Yes.
And also, she began doing classes at Quincy College, didn't she?
Yes.
First part-time
Yes.
in the end of 2019, right? And then in 2020, during COVID, she started going full-time.
Yes.
So when you say that she was up in her room a lot, again, you're downstairs in the basement, right? Or on the first floor most of the time when you're in the Moraine Street house, right?
Yes.
So when you say that she's up in her room, what you mean is that she was on the second floor and you didn't really see her, right?
Yes.
But she was also taking online classes full-time in 2020, right?
Yes.
And doing those from an upstairs computer.
Yes.
And also she was running her Zumba classes from an upstairs bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. And she was essentially between the school, full-time school, doing the homework, plus the Zumba stuff. She had like more than a full plate, didn't she?
Yes.
Yeah. And this was at a time when Michael Sr. was only working, as you say, maybe 2 24-hour shifts over the period of a 7-day period.
Yes.
And also, at the time you were, in 2018, you were 19 years old?
Yes.
And so was Angel?
Angel's 2 years older than me.
Oh, so he was 21?
Yes.
Okay, and Michael, little Michael, he was 18, 19 years old, right?
Yes.
And Sophia was 14,
Yes.
right? So a lot of people in that house were adults capable of tidying up on their own, right?
Yes.
Right. A lot of those people had a lot more free time than Christine did at that time.
Yes.
You mentioned that a lot of the arguments and throughout the arguments were about the affair. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
It was also, though, about the fact that Michael was claiming that he didn't remember details about the affair, right?
Yes.
And not remembering large amounts of information about that period of time in general, right?
Yes.
And so, although it was about the affair, it was about oftentimes learning new information that hadn't come out until that particular discussion.
Yes.
It was sort of hard for Christine to get her arms around what exactly had happened because she was constantly learning new information. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, in the aftermath of the disclosure of the affair, is that when, from your perspective, Michael stopped working with Mac at MCC?
I'm not sure how long after.
Okay. Was it sometime in that area of end of 2018?
Maybe soon after.
Okay, like a month or two? Best of your
Not sure.
recollection?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But it certainly wasn't like 6 or 7 months. It was a fairly short order after the events.
Yes.
Now, you left the house in December of 2020, is that right?
Yes.
You broke up with Angel in December of 2020.
Yes.
When you left the house in December of 2020, you still had a lot of your stuff at that home, right?
Yes.
And that stuff ended up getting moved into the living room, dining room area up on that first floor.
No.
Did you have a stuffed moose? Was that one of the things you had?
Yes.
Okay.
No worries. Five, six, maybe in there. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Well, in any event, the stuffed moose that you had, wasn't that up in that room up on the living room dining room area?
Yes, it was downstairs for some time, but we moved it upstairs.
But after you moved out, it was brought upstairs, wasn't it?
Yes.
And there was also some of your boxes that you ended up retrieving after you went back to get your stuff that were up in that living room dining room area, right?
Yes.
And also, Michael Jr. had moved out in June of 2019, and a lot of his stuff had gotten moved downstairs also, right?
Yes.
When she made his room into a Zumba room.
Yes.
Now, a lot of the things that you had mentioned that were in the photographs of the kitchen, there was a lot of projects that were sort of half done in the kitchen. Is that fair to say?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Okay. Was the kitchen area, because Michael was working that sort of 24 hours on, 2 days off, 24 hours on, 4 days off schedule, it was pretty common for him to do the cooking, wasn't it, during that period of time?
Yes.
And in fact, the cooking knives were actually considered by the family sort of Michael's knives, weren't they?
Yes.
And a lot of the way that the kitchen was organized, that was all by Michael's, what Michael thought was the way to organize it, right? He was in charge of that.
Yes.
The event that took place in May of 2020, it was your understanding that that was an attempt that Christine made to hurt herself, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Any redirect, or it's 1 o'clock now, so should we take a break or should we do the redirect? Over or under 5 minutes?
I think under.
Let's keep on going.
Okay. Ms. Freeman, defense counsel asked you about the incident in which the defendant told you she hit Michael Ricci in the face with her hand, thereby injuring her hand, correct?
Yes.
And that he further asked you if she went to the hospital for that injury, correct?
Yes.
As far as you knew, based on her statements, the injury was not from Michael. She created the injury to herself by hitting him in his face, correct?
Yes.
Defense counsel was asking you about medications of people in the home. Were you aware of whether or not Christine was on many medications?
Yes.
Did you make any personal observations, Ms. Freeman, during your 4 years of living in the Ricci household of any memory issues with Michael Ricci?
No. Only after the affair.
And in regards to after the affair, what specifically were his memory issues relating to?
The
If she
affair.
knows.
If she knows, she can answer.
The affair.
And specifically, do you recall the defendant asking him specifics that he couldn't remember answers to?
Yes.
Based on your observations of when you were living in the Ricci household for 4 years, did you ever, and let me ask you, were you ever a bartender?
No.
Did you ever drink alcohol at the time you were living there?
Yes.
Did you ever observe people to be alcoholics
No.
in your lifetime?
Yes.
What, if any, observations of any alcoholics did you observe in the Ricci household?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that question.
Did you ever observe Michael Ricci to abuse or overdrink
Objection,
alcohol?
Your Honor.
She can answer to her own observations.
No.
Limited to your own observations.
No.
You indicated defense counsel was asking you about when you answered on direct that the defendant, after the affair, slowly started leaving her room less and less. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And then defense counsel asked you, well, it was because she was teaching Zumba in her room. You remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Was that, in fact, your understanding that she was locked in her bedroom teaching Zumba?
Objection, Your Honor.
Or
Rephrase that question.
what was your understanding about why the defendant was not leaving her bedroom?
There was a few reasons. One being because
Objection, Your Honor.
We've gone over this before. Move on.
I will. The defendant, just last question about this. The defendant was not teaching Zumba in her bedroom, correct?
not in her bedroom.
And defense counsel was asking you about the stuffed moose line of questioning. You remember that?
Yes.
And he further asked you, upon moving out, he asked if you had moved all your stuff up to kind of the main living area. And what was your answer?
So I hadn't moved my stuff from downstairs to upstairs. Those boxes were from when I had moved out of my house officially. And those boxes were left in the living room.
And are you referring to showing you Exhibit 7? Is that one of the boxes?
No, it was everything behind the couch towards the doors in the back.
Back here?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what was marked as Exhibit 43. Is that all your stuff?
No.
And defense counsel lastly asked you about Michael's knives, that the kitchen knives were Michael's. You remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
The knife that you saw Christine Ricci holding the day that she was trying to hurt herself, May of 2020, was that one of Michael's knives, if you know?
I'm not sure.
Thank you.
A recross.
That exhibit number 43 that she just showed you, that was the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
Michael's domain, right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
The witness may step down. All right, jurors, we'll stop here for lunch and bring it back at 2:10.
Court now
Nice
advises
lunch.
the jurors to place your notebooks in the chair and exit this room.
Seated.
Both the things that the 2 o'clock list have been asked to come at 1:45. We'll see if they can get here at that time. They're both short, so I expect we'll be able to start right on time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
court and the jury from letting out and from the Commonwealth and defendant's bar to the truth, whole truth, and the truth of God and Tiger. Thank you.
May I
You may
inquire?
proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
In a loud, clear voice, could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Lee Rivera. I am the investigator from the Department of Children and Families, LEIGHRIVERA,
And your date of birth?
4/12/81.
And where are you currently employed? I know you just stated it, but if you could just...
Department of Children and Families, Plymouth, Mass.
And how long have you been employed by the department?
11 years.
What did you do before you were employed there?
I was a teacher.
And as it relates to your current title at the Department of Children and Families right now, what is your title?
Response worker.
What does that mean?
So we receive 51As and then we go out and investigate the 51As to determine the safety of children around the vulnerabilities in the home.
Could you explain what a 51A is?
The 51A is a report of child abuse or neglect.
Your Honor,
Yes?
I would object. Could I be heard at sidebar briefly?
Yes, you may.
Was what your roles were in the capacity, in your responsibilities at the Department of Children and Family. Let me move on. Are you familiar with the Ricci family?
Yes.
And when did you first, you yourself, become involved with the family?
June of 2019.
And what prompted your involvement?
Michael Jr. had gone to the hospital, which resulted in a 51A being filed with the department.
And had you ever met any of the Ricci family prior to that date in June?
I did not.
And if you know, was a 51A filed by the hospital staff and that's how you became involved?
Correct.
And once you, the 51A was filed, what is your role at that point?
To review the report that was filed and to make contact with the family to schedule a home visit.
And is that deemed part of your investigation?
Correct.
And did you do that in this situation?
I did.
And at some point during the course of this investigation, what if at some point did you meet and speak with the defendant, Christine Ricci?
I did.
And what, if anything, did the defendant say was had happened on June 6, 2019?
So she had
Objection, Your Honor, based on what we talked about before.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Ms. Rivera, what, if anything, did the defendant, Christine Ricci, say had happened on June 6, 2019?
So she had informed me that she was dwelling on the past, that her husband had had an affair the summer before when he had been drinking excessively, and she went into somewhat of a fit of a rage. She was having trouble getting over it, and that's what they were arguing about.
And did she specifically use the term she was in a fit of rage?
Correct.
And what did she claim she grabbed in her fit of rage?
She grabbed a mirror in her bedroom and smashed it.
And did she indicate anything further as to any statements she said as to anything thereafter?
I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm sorry.
Did she indicate after she was in a fit of rage and grabbed a mirror in the bedroom, smashing on the floor, did she indicate that she made any statements aloud to any family members present about being better off alive or dead?
She's made a comment that she'd be better off dead.
And at some point, as part of your investigation, did you question the defendant about any kind of physical abuse she suffers in her home at anyone's hands?
Yes.
And what did she state?
She denied any abuse whatsoever in the home. Actually made a comment that she and Michael were doing well and that they were in therapy trying to work through it.
And at that point, do you close the investigation?
The investigation was unsupported allegations, correct?
And specifically, that was for neglect and abuse?
Yes.
Nothing further?
No cross. No cross.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down. Thank you. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth would call Robert Higgins.
Stop right there, sir. Raise the clerk. Raise your right hand, please.
Good afternoon. You solemnly swear that the testimony you provided to the report from the jury and that are now pending to the Commonwealth and defendant car, is nothing but the truth of the God. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi,
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Robert Higgins,
And how old are you?
56.
If you could just speak up so that everyone can hear you into that microphone.
56.
Thank you. What city or town do you live in?
Marshfield, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived there?
30 years.
Do you work?
I do.
What do you do for work?
Self-employed. I'm a carpenter.
Okay. And do you volunteer?
I do.
What do you do for volunteer work?
I am a recovery coach for South Shore Peer Recovery on a volunteer basis, certified. Sure. I'm a certified recovery coach at South Shore Peer Recovery in Scituate, a nonprofit.
How long have you been a recovery coach?
3.5 years. 4.5 years. I'm sorry, 4.5 years.
Do you know Christine Ricci?
I do.
When was the first time you met Christine Ricci?
Approximately August of 2019.
And how did you meet her?
We met at a softball game.
And was the softball game something sponsored by the group that you work for?
It was.
And was she by herself when you met her or with somebody else?
The first time I met her, she was by herself.
Okay. And when you met her at this event in 2019, did you talk to her?
Yeah.
And did she explain to you why she was at the event?
Yes, a little bit.
Why was she there?
She was getting into the recovery community to support her husband, and she wanted to have fun and play ball.
And on that particular occasion, that first meeting with her, did you meet her husband?
On the first occasion?
Yes.
I did not.
Was he there at all that day at the event or at the game?
No.
At some point, did you meet her husband?
I did.
And who was her husband?
Michael Ricci.
And when did you meet Michael?
The following week.
And what was the circumstances in which you
Same
met?
circumstances at a ball game. Christine and Mike came together.
And was that another game that was sponsored by the South Shore Peer Recovery?
Yes.
Okay. And after you then met Michael, did you begin to hang around with Michael?
I did.
And how about Christine, the defendant? Did you hang out with her as well?
I did.
And can you tell us a little bit about your relationship with the two of them?
Sure.
What were you friendly with both of the individuals?
Yes, both.
As a couple and individually?
Yes.
And when you would spend time with both of them, would you be by yourself with them or with a small group of people?
It varied at different times.
And when you were with a small group of people, did you all know the people in common?
Yeah, yes, we did.
And were they all part of that sober community that is associated with the South Shore Peer Recovery?
Yes.
When you would spend time together as this sober group, what kinds of things would you guys do?
We would go bowling. We would go out to AA meetings and sponsored events and gatherings at Christine and Michael's house. And we would go, I'd take Mike out on my boat.
Now, as far as the gatherings at the Ricci household, how often would you gather at their household?
I personally hung out there a lot. But
and so
as a group, it was a gathering place for a lot of us, but I spent the most time there. I was there a lot.
And did you get to know the rest of the Ricci household?
I did.
Now, as far as your separate relationships with Michael and the defendant, first, your relationship with Michael, you mentioned that you'd take him out on your boat.
Yes.
What would you guys do out on the boat?
Go fishing.
Would it just be the two of you, or were there other people present?
Just the two of us.
And would you guys spend a lot of time talking together?
Talking, laughing.
Did you find that you had a lot in common with him, or you could share experiences with him?
Yes, we got close really quick, Christine and I, and Michael and I.
Now, this all started, you said, in the summer of 2019,
Correct.
Your relationships with them?
Yes.
And kind of moving forward to the winter of 2020 and early 2021, did you notice any changes in Michael's behavior?
Yes.
Did you see him as often as you had seen him before?
In early 2020?
Well, I'll direct you to the winter of 2020 and the early of 2021, right before his death.
Yeah, okay. Yes, there was a decline in Michael's participation in the recovery community and in our personal relationship.
And so When you say decline, had you not seen him as frequently as you had before?
That's correct.
And were you concerned by that?
Very.
And so as a result of noticing that he was not participating, what did you do?
I was calling him. I was texting him. And I went over to the house actually when I hadn't heard from him, and I knocked on the door.
And how, in relation to his passing, what was that time frame that you went to the door?
2 weeks.
Was he home when you went to the house?
He was.
And did you have the occasion to see him and speak with him?
I did.
What were your observations of his physical appearance at that time?
He looked tired. He looked gaunt. He looked like he hadn't slept. His complexion was, he looked like a defeated man.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike he looked like a defeated man. He looked tired and gaunt.
Correct.
And so were your observations of him on this particular occasion different from how you had seen him previously? His physical appearance?
Yes, he didn't invite me into the house, and I could see that the house was dark and in a dismay.
And did you have a brief conversation with him at that point?
Yeah, I did.
And then you left him.
I told him that I loved him and that if he wanted to come to my home and stay for a while, he could.
Now, was that the last time you saw Michael?
It was.
As far as your relationship with Christine Ricci, did you have a different type of relationship with her than you did with Michael?
Yes.
How would you qualify it? Is still a friendship?
Yes.
Would you spend a lot of time talking with her?
Yes.
What kinds of things would you do when you were alone with the defendant?
She was very inquisitive into the recovery aspect of what was going on. As far as she wanted to know how Mike was addressing his sobriety and also the marital issues. And
so if I may stop you for a second, sure. These are conversations you would have
directly with Christine, and I would talk about her feelings and what she was going through.
And as far as the questions that you said she would ask you about the recovery process, do you have some familiarity with the AA community and the process of AA?
I do.
And did you feel you had information about AA that you could share with her?
Absolutely.
So were you able to answer her questions about the procedure, like the protocols?
I was, because the only requirement for AA membership is a desire to stop drinking. So yes, I shared with Christine.
And as far as also talking about, you mentioned the affair. So did you have conversations with the defendant about the affair that Michael had had with another woman at some point before you met them?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did you have conversations with the defendant about the affair that Michael had with another woman prior to you meeting them?
Yes.
And how often did you talk with her about that?
Multiple times we talked about that.
And you said she would share her feelings
Correct.
About what happened.
Yes.
In relation to these multiple conversations with her, did you ever share your thoughts of the whole situation with her?
I did. I had empathy, and I identified with where she was at.
And during those conversations that you would have with just the defendant, were there any times where you maybe disagreed with her position?
Sure.
And what was her reaction when you weren't as empathetic or you disagreed?
She didn't like it. She wasn't happy about it.
As far as the things you would do with Christine, so you described you would fish with Michael, right?
Yeah.
What would you go do with Christine?
Christine and I had no driver's license at the time. And she would pick me up and take me to meetings and pick me up and take me to lunch, and we'd go shopping together. And we spent a lot of time together.
And as far as shopping, did you share that interest of kind of going to shopping places or going out shopping?
Sure. If I wasn't doing anything, sure, I'd go with her.
Do you recall a particular time shopping with her and going to a Home Goods in 2020?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. Christine called me and asked me, you want to go shopping? And I said, yeah, sure. And we went to Home Goods, and I said, what are we shopping for? And she said, mirrors. I said, okay, mirrors.
Can I see you both at the side of the bench?
Were you able to make observations of how they interact in their relationship?
Yes.
As far as going to particular events, did you often see the defendant at meetings with Michael?
Every time, yes.
Every time? Mm-hmm. And in your experience in working the steps of AA and working with the sober community, is it common or is it part of the normal protocol for a spouse or a supporter to come to every meeting with the person that's engaged in the program?
It is advised that marital couples do support their spouse, but to the extent that Christine did, it was a little much.
And are there separate groups for spouses or supporters of people going through the process?
Yes, Christine and I actually attended some Al-Anon meetings together.
Now, on occasion, you said that you took Michael out on your boat and you would fish?
Correct.
Did you have the occasion to observe an interaction between Michael and the defendant while you guys were out fishing?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Sure. Mike would come fishing with me on my boat, but at 12 o'clock, he had to be back to port so that he could go on a conference call or video call with his counselor or psychologist. I'm not sure what it was. And then, so I'd have lunch on the boat, and after the appointment with his counselor, he would come back out on the boat.
And when he came back on the boat, did he have his phone with him?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to observe a conversation he was having with his wife?
Your Honor,
Yes.
may we approach sidebar?
Yes?
So, Mr. Higgins, as far as when Michael came back to the boat, you indicated that you were able to overhear that he was having a conversation with his wife,
Correct.
and that the conversation was about that therapy appointment that just had occurred,
Correct.
that he left the boat to go take the call for. Is that
Yes.
fair to say?
Correct.
And as far as what you could overhear, what you observed in that conversation, did the defendant seem upset?
Michael was upset, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm asking about Christine. Did she seem upset?
Oh, Christine was upset too. Yes.
And could you hear her asking questions about the appointment itself?
I could hear her coming through the phone, yeah, asking what the appointment was about and what he said, what he told his psychologist or counselor.
And did you observe any changes in Michael's demeanor while he was on that phone call with her?
Yeah.
And while you could hear her on the phone, could you observe any changes in the tone of her voice?
No.
Okay. Did she ask the question once or multiple times?
Multiple. She wanted to know what was going
There's
on.
no further question before you. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You mentioned on your direct examination that the only thing that's necessary in order for someone to be accepted into AA is
The only requirement, yes,
the only requirement is that someone sincerely want to stop drinking.
has the desire, correct.
Correct. And it's true, isn't it, that the first realization that helps you start AA is the idea that you are powerless over alcohol. Right?
Correct.
And that your life has become unmanageable as a result of alcohol.
Correct.
And that is a personal decision and a personal realization that the individual alcoholic comes to.
That's right.
No other person can say whether another person is or is not an alcoholic.
They can say it,
But
it doesn't make it so. Correct.
correct.
You're correct.
And it's true that the definition used by AA doesn't say 4 drinks a day or 5 drinks a day. It's this very searching personal determination, correct?
That is correct.
And you can be an alcoholic, for example, even if you drink whiskey, if you drink wine, or even if you just drink beer, right?
It's not what you drink or how much you drink, it's what happens to you when you do drink that determines.
Correct. And that's something that the individual alcoholic, through the process of AA, is encouraged to make realizations about themselves. And then that's the first step to making changes, right?
That is correct.
There are some people who never enter recovery until their alcoholism has reached such a degree that they're in a really desperate position, right?
Right.
There are some people that never enter recovery.
Correct.
And there are people that get off or seek help way before it progresses to that level of desperation.
Correct.
And that's why not all alcoholics look the same.
That's correct.
So it wouldn't be enough to just simply point at like, oh, you were never passed out during a period of time when you were drunk, or you weren't a mean drunk, as a way of determining whether an individual is or is not an alcoholic.
Correct.
Now, the process, once you have declared yourself to be an alcoholic, of starting the recovery process with AA involves coming to meetings, correct?
Correct.
And getting a sponsor.
Correct.
Which is an older person who's had some history in the recovery program.
Correct.
And can offer their perspective.
And guidance.
And guidance. And is there a certain amount of time that a person has to be in recovery in order to qualify as a sponsor?
No.
Okay. And the steps that we talk about that occur in AA involve, among many other steps, 12 total steps. One of the steps is the process of making amends. Would you agree with me?
In step 1?
No. During the process of working through
Eventually,
the steps.
yes. That's step 9.
That's step 9.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the amends step just for a moment.
Okay.
That involves someone who is in the recovery process who goes to someone that he feels that he wronged, or he or she wronged, during the time that he was drinking, correct?
Step 9 is made a direct amend to people we had harmed. and became willing to make amends to them all.
And that usually involves a face-to-face sit-down with the person that you wronged.
It can, yes.
Okay. And obviously, this is a fairly emotionally awkward, or it can be a socially awkward moment for someone the first time they do it. Isn't that fair?
Can be.
Oftentimes, people write out their amends before they give the amends. Isn't that right?
Yeah, could be.
And one of the points of the amends step is for the alcoholic to confront the shame that he has about things that he did when he was drinking, which can be a driver, can it, to somebody maybe returning and getting off the path.
Could you elaborate, please, for me?
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. When a person gives amends to someone, they're doing it, yes, to say sorry to the person they've wronged, but they're also doing it for themselves, aren't they? As part of their recovery.
It's not sorry. And each individual has their own way of addressing their amends with the person that they're making the amends with. So I can't speak on that.
What happens if during the process of giving amends, the person they're talking to says, you don't need to apologize to me? Could it still be important for the alcoholic to finish making that amend even though the person says, I don't need an apology?
Usually the individuals that are making amends have already been through step 5. And we do that in step 5.
Okay.
That's where we find our forgiveness.
Right.
So what the individual does with the amends that we're trying to make in step 9 is on them.
Right.
We're already free. We found our freedom already.
So the saying of amends doesn't depend on the person that you're talking to or the person you're making amends to needing an apology.
Well, an amends is becoming willing to do whatever it takes to make amends to that person. It's action.
And it's the willingness in the individual to do it.
And the action, yes.
And the action.
Correct.
And even if the person says, hey, I don't need an apology, it can still be important for the alcoholic to do that step 9 and make the full amends, list out to the person what he feels that he did that was wrong, and make a direct statement in that way.
That's an individual basis.
Yeah. But it could be that way, right? That's possible.
Could be, sure, yeah.
You would agree with me that making amends can be difficult to do for some individuals?
Sure.
Particularly if the person isn't used to speaking about their emotions?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term dry drunk?
Yes.
Could you explain that?
A drunk typically is someone who had a drinking problem, put down the drink, and then didn't enter the recovery community.
Even if they entered the recovery community and started essentially being sober and going to meetings, they can still be a dry drunk, right?
It's possible, sure. They are out there.
The idea is that you can be clear of alcohol, but that doesn't mean that you're necessarily recovered.
If the individual had underlying issues.
Yeah. Your behavior, which led you to drink, may still be in existence even after you stop drinking.
Could be.
And even particularly in the early stages of recovery, right? The first year and a half, that's when a lot of the emotions that were covered by the alcohol sort of start to come out, right?
Could.
Isn't that fairly typical?
Typical? I can't speak on that.
Okay. Well, frustration, anger, these are typical emotions that do occur in the early days of the recovery process that need to get dealt with as part of the AA program.
It can. It can be that way for some.
Now, Al-Anon is a program for people who have members of their family who are suffering from alcoholism, right?
It's a support group, correct.
Yeah, and it helps the person in the alcoholic's family recover, but it also gives tips as to how that person can support the alcoholic, right?
Correct.
In addition to all the other things that you mentioned a moment ago, you said that, did you know that Michael had a sponsor in AA?
Yes.
And are you aware that he would also do commitments, speaking commitments?
Yes.
And are you aware that he went to a men's group?
Yes.
Okay. And of course, a commitment is a speech that you give to other AA groups about your own process of recovery, right?
Speech, no.
It's not a speech?
It's not a speech.
Okay. How would you describe it?
It's a heartfelt description of one's own experience with alcohol, one, and then the solution that came about in order to recover from that alcoholism.
And you do that verbally,
It's to
right?
promote hope and to show that there is a way out of your problems, yes.
And that's done verbally in front of another
Verbally,
group?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Sober houses, other groups, recovery communities, halfway houses, institutions. We go to institutions as well. We go to jails. Yeah.
Now, it's not unusual for people who, during the process of recovery, start to change the group of people that they were hanging around with when they were still living their actively drinking life. That's not unusual, is it?
It's not unusual. It happens. It happens.
Well, let me do it this way. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you with the question, but let me break it down.
Thank you.
For example, a lot of times the social life of the alcoholic will largely revolve around alcohol prior to getting sober, right?
Correct.
And their friends that they had in that world that revolved around drinking would often be people who shared those habits with them. They're not saying they had problems, but they would be people who knew them as drinking people.
Right. Correct.
And it's not unusual for people when they enter into sobriety and recovery to start changing their social environment.
Ah, correct. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
And starting to do different activities.
Yes.
That's why you do sober softball.
Sure.
And that's why you do the sober bowling, right?
Yes.
And also sometimes it may be necessary to get a group of friends who are on the same path as you.
Absolutely. Like-minded individuals. Yes.
Right. And oftentimes the alcoholic will find it hard to go back to the group of friends that they had before when they were drinking because of those social associations that we just talked about. Right?
Yes. Yes, correct.
Yeah. And that's why friends like you were so important to people like Michael and Christine at that
Michael
time.
was important to me, yes.
Yeah. And you were important to him.
Yes, thank you.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
A few questions, please. Mr. Higgins, as far as the people who participate in the AA program, they do not have to self-identify as an alcoholic to participate in the program, do they?
No.
And as far as the 12 steps of the process, is it fair to say that the defendant, you spent a lot of time talking to the defendant about each and every one of those 12 steps?
Yes.
And she asked a lot of questions about each of those steps and how to go through those steps and work those steps.
Yes.
And when you were asked about step number 9, you mentioned that step number 9 is amends, but there's a prior step before that, step number 5, where you find forgiveness, and that's for the participant in the program, correct?
Correct.
And as far as step number 9 goes, you were asked some questions about that, but can you explain who step number 9 is focused on in the process? Is it on the participant or is it on somebody else?
Both.
Okay. And
But
when
it's
you,
primarily for the individual the participant wants to approach.
so the person that they wronged.
It's about making amends to that individual, yes.
Okay. You were also asked on cross about the fact that some people find that there's kind of frustration and anger in those early stages of sobriety. Do you remember that line of
I
questioning?
remember that question, yes.
Is it fair to say each journey's process through sobriety and through the steps of AA are different and personal to them?
Absolutely.
And as far as your observations of Michael Ricci when he was working these steps and going through the process, did you observe him with frustration and anger in his sobriety?
He was willing and enthusiastic about it.
Thank you. Nothing further.
What's up?
The witness may step down.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Detective Davis, please.
I agree.
Stop right there, sir. Clerk, raise your right hand.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence that you give before and the jury that I am now handing to the Commonwealth and the barge from the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth of God? Thank you.
Thank you.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Greg Davis, D-A-V-I-S. I'm a detective with the Marshfield Police Department.
How long have you been employed as a police officer, sir?
20 years. 20.
And have you always been employed by the Marshfield Police Department?
I worked part-time for Duxbury Police prior to that for 2.5 years.
And what is your current position or title?
I'm a detective.
How long have you been a detective, sir?
Approximately 12 years now.
And prior to becoming a detective, what was your position?
I was a patrolman.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities as a detective?
We respond to general crimes. We do sexual assault investigations. We do drug investigations. We do unattended death investigations as well.
And back in 2021, were you a detective at Marshfield Police Department?
I was.
How many death investigations have you been involved in, sir?
Numerous death investigations.
Drawing your attention, sir, to January 28th, 2021, were you working that late afternoon?
I worked that day, but I was not working at the time this call came in.
What shift had you been working that day?
That day I worked the 8 to 4 shift.
And at approximately 5 p.m., were you called into work?
I was.
By whom?
Lieutenant Marcolini.
For what?
He said that there was a stabbing on Moraine Street, and he said that state police were responding, and he'd like me to meet them there to assist.
And how large a department is Marshfield, sir, just to give us an idea?
Approximately 45 employees right now.
And is that unusual for you to be off work but get called in following a situation like this?
No, not at all.
And after you got that call at approximately 5 p.m., where did you go?
I went to 679 Moraine Street.
And could you describe that location, sir?
Yeah, it's a single-family residence located on Moraine Street, amongst other single-family residences.
Just showing you what was previously marked as Exhibit 35, sir. Is this the location that you responded to?
Yes, it is.
And when you arrived, what was your role? What did you do?
At that point, I arrived. There were 3 other officers from Marshfield at the scene, Lieutenant Sullivan, Sergeant Tingley, and Officer Hunt.
And had the scene been secured at that point?
Yes, it was. I just arrived and stayed outside with those 3 officers.
Was it light or dark out when you arrived?
It was dark out.
And the weather that night?
It was a snowy night. There had been snow. It was icy.
When you arrived, were you briefed about the actual 911 call that had come in?
Yes.
And what information were you made aware of, sir?
Objection, Your Honor.
Generally, what were you there for, sir?
I was there to respond to take over and assist with the state police that were responding to the scene as well.
And were you provided information as to the identity of the people involved in the Moraine Street address?
I was, yes.
And what names were provided?
Michael Ricci and Christine Ricci.
And when you arrived, sir, did you go inside the home or did you stay outside the home at that juncture?
Yeah, at that juncture, I stayed outside.
And were you made aware of where Michael Ricci was at that time?
Yes, he'd been transported to South Shore Hospital.
And where was Christine Ricci?
At that point, she was at the Marshfield Police Station.
And were you made aware of any other relatives that had been in the home that had since left the home?
Yes.
And who was that?
Sophia Ricci.
And where was she?
She was also at the Marshfield Police.
And what did you do next after you were initially briefed at the home?
I went back to the Marshfield Police Station.
And once there, sir, did you coordinate efforts with the state police at that point in the investigation?
I did, yes.
And ultimately, were you named the case officer for Marshfield Police Department?
I was, yes.
And in investigating deaths in your town, do you often collaborate with another law enforcement agency, sir?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
That'd be the state police assigned to the district attorney's office.
And as the case officer for the Marshfield Police Department, were you in fact paired up with a state trooper in this matter to conduct follow-up investigation?
I was, yes.
Who was that, sir?
Trooper Corey Mello.
And he's no longer, he has a different position now, as far as you know, correct?
Yes.
And did you work closely with Trooper Mello in this investigation, sir?
I did, yes.
Can you tell us what a neighborhood canvass is?
A neighborhood canvass is something that detectives do usually when there's any type of a crime. They'll go door to door to neighbors' houses just to knock and talk to the residents to see if anything was seen or heard suspicious.
And at times, if there's video footage from homes, like Ring doorbells, that might be collected at that time. Is that right?
Any kind of video footage, definitely.
And similar to other situations, was a neighborhood canvass conducted in this case?
Yes, it was.
Anything notable discovered?
No.
And at some point soon after you became involved, was a search warrant obtained for the Marine Street residence?
Yes, it was.
And at some point, sir, did you come to learn that crime scene services from the state police had gone to the Marine Street residence?
Yes, they did.
And what was their purpose in them going to that location?
To gather scientific evidence and to seize any evidence at the scene.
And at some point, did you go back to the Marine Street residence?
I did, yes.
And was it that night?
Yes, it was.
And did you walk around the home and make observations?
I did.
May I approach the witness, please?
You may.
May we approach?
You may.
May I approach?
May.
So I'm just going to approach with what was previously marked as Exhibit 44 and ask if you recognize what that is in the photograph.
Yes, I do.
And what is in Exhibit 44 as best as you recollect, sir?
I believe that's the master bedroom.
And And this is fair to say it's one side of the master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
May I approach again? Just going to ask you to take a look at another photograph, sir, and tell me if you recognize what that is.
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Also the master bedroom?
And is that the opposing side on the other side of the bed?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of how it appeared that night?
Yes, it is.
For the actual search warrant execution, but after the house was secured?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, yes.
I'd ask that this be marked as an execution.
Objection?
I would renew my objection with regard to the tidiness stuff we spoke about.
I note that objection. The photo of the other side of the master bedroom will be marked in minute as Exhibit 45. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
With the court's permission, may I just publish it?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, just showing you what was previously marked as Exhibit 45. This is the other side of the bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
And in essence, we're looking at the same bed here, just different angles, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. And as part of your role as case officer, sir, are you aware that certain items were taken from 679 Marine Street into evidence?
Yes.
And specifically, what was taken as far as you know from that actual location?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis?
We need to approach. I'm sorry. I need to do this.
It's taken from the scene that were deemed to have some evidentiary value.
Yes, they were.
And specifically, were those knives that were located on the scene?
Yes, they were.
And when crime scene services arrived, is that were the knives ultimately given to crime scene services to process and attempt to extract evidence from them?
Yes.
And during your observations of the living area and where the crime allegedly occurred, did you make any observations of any sign of furniture disturbed or turned upside down or anything out of order?
No, I did not.
What, if any, signs of an apparent struggle were observed?
I did not note any signs.
And what, if any, interviews were conducted of family members, namely children, that evening?
Sophia was interviewed at the Marshfield Police Station, I believe by Trooper Mello, but I'm not positive. And I know that the other two sons were also interviewed at the hospital by troopers. I believe it was Trooper McDonald.
And in terms of the sons, are you referring to Angel Ricci and Michael Richie Jr.?
Yes, correct.
And following the interviews of Angel, the brief interviews of Angel and Michael Jr. At the hospital by Trooper McDonald, excuse me, are you aware as the case officer that they consented to provide their phones?
Yes.
And at some point that evening, sir, as a case officer, did you come to learn that Michael Ricci was declared deceased?
I did, yes.
And was that information provided by a particular doctor that you know the name of?
Dr. Toyer, I believe his name was.
And at approximately what time was he declared deceased?
Approximately 5:30 p.m.
And did you come to learn of or observe the injuries that Mr. Ricci suffered from?
I did, yes.
Could you describe the injuries that you observed?
Objection, Your Honor. We have this through multiple sources already.
Sustained.
And are you aware if law enforcement officers took photographs at the hospital of Mr. Ricci?
Yes.
And was that a crime scene services trooper that took the photographs?
Yes, it was.
And what, if anything, was taken into evidence from Michael Ricci's person?
I believe it was clothing that was taken as evidence.
And did that include his the two shirts that had been torn off him to perform life-saving measures?
Yes.
And is it fair to say those were sent to the lab?
Correct, yes.
So for those of you wondering what this case is about, this is a case out of Massachusetts. It's been going on for the last few days. It's been a secondary case on the channel. So check out the playlist that's on the channel.
In terms of Christine Ricci, were certain items taken off her person and sent to the lab?
Yes.
Also,
and what items were taken from her?
In this live
clothing as well.
Is a link to the full stream that you can watch on big screen. It's
And did you have an opportunity to observe the defendant at the police station that evening?
Is alleged to have stabbed her husband.
What, if any, significant injuries did you observe on her person?
She said that she was.
I didn't see significant injuries. I did see scratches.
Another self-defense situation.
And do you know
but the state is alleging that
if her the items of her clothing were sent to the lab and subsequently tested?
And as a result.
And were other individuals as part of the investigation interviewed, sir?
Yes.
And was that primarily friends and family members of both Christine Ricci and Michael Ricci?
Yes, as well as co-workers.
And co-workers, thank you. And in terms of search warrants, were any search warrants done in this case, sir?
Yes, there were.
And what was that for?
It was for further evidence. I believe it was for cell phones.
And the house, obviously, as we discussed earlier, correct?
Correct.
And was any video surveillance obtained to establish any kind of timeline in this case?
Yes, there was one piece of surveillance that was taken.
And where was that taken from?
That was the Dunkin' Donuts on Ocean Street in Marshfield.
And were you able to go to Dunkin' Donuts and obtain that footage from the day in question?
Yes, I was.
And what was the purpose of obtaining that, sir?
Just to establish a timeline.
And it was put onto a disc, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
I'd ask that this be marked as the next exhibit and then shown to the jury, which we've downloaded onto the computer.
Is there any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
It'll be marked in a minute as Exhibit 46. Thank you.
And it's a short video, a couple minutes long, Your Honor, with your permission, may we play it?
You may.
I'm playing it at 2:19.
And for the record, it's going to start at 2:19 p.m., 2:19 and 10 seconds in the afternoon. Were you able to identify who's shown in that upper right-hand corner close-up?
Yes.
And who is that?
Michael Ricci.
And were you able to establish that that's the vehicle that he drives or drove?
Yes.
And while this is playing, sir, which Dunkin' Donuts was this?
It was the Dunkin' Donuts located on Ocean Street in Marshfield.
Where is that in relationship to the Marine Street, 679 Marine Street?
I'd say probably within a mile and a half tops. There's two in Marshfield. There's another one on Plain Street, but that's much further away.
And just for the record, Mr. Ricci is pulling up to the drive-thru and obtaining his food, beginning at 2:19 and ending at approximately 2:21. Is that accurate? 2:22, sir?
Yes, correct.
One moment, please. Nothing further at this time. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. One last question. Sir, as part of your investigation, did you also obtain text messages from a Janine Bouchard?
Yes, I did.
And who were those text messages between?
Janine and Christine Ricci.
And there was a series of multiple text messages from 3 dates that you were able to successfully obtain, correct?
Yes, correct.
Nothing further.
Cross-exam.
You mentioned during direct examination that none of the furniture that you saw was disturbed.
That's correct, sir, yes.
You don't know the way that the furniture normally looks inside the 679 Moraine Street house, correct?
Correct. I've never been there before this day.
And there had already been a number of police officers and first responders in the home between the time that authorities first arrived or were responding to this call and the time you got there.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Is what you meant that you, just as far as you know, no furniture was disturbed or moved?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
May we briefly approach her?
You may.
Thank you.
Stop right there, sir. Basic clerk, information.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony and the evidence which you support from the jury in the matter now hearing to the Commonwealth and defendant the bar to the truth, whole and none but the truth of the God?
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
In a loud, clear voice, could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Michael Richie Jr. Its last name is Ricci.
Thank you, sir. And what is your date of birth?
11/04/1999.
And how old are you?
24.
What is your current address?
100 Reedville Street in Hyde Park.
And who do you live there with?
My girlfriend.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do?
I work for a boiler company. It's called George T. Wilkinson.
George T. Wilkerson?
Wilkinson, yeah.
Wilkinson?
Wilkinson, yeah.
And you said a boiler company?
Yeah.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a parts driver.
And prior to your current employment, what did you do, sir?
I was working for a firearm company called Prestige Alarm.
Did you graduate high school?
I did.
From which high school?
Marshwood High School.
Where did you grow up, sir?
In Marshfield.
Your entire life?
Since I want to say 2007.
And what specific address did you live at?
679 Marine Street.
And when you lived there, sir, who did you live there with?
My brother and sister, Angel and Sophia, and my parents.
And your parents' names?
Christine and Michael Sr.
And you obviously were named after him.
Yes.
And the ages of your siblings, sir?
I believe my brother is 27 and my sister is 18.
And do you all share the same mother?
I believe so, yes.
And do you all three share the same father?
No, me and my sister share the same father.
And your father is Michael Ricci Sr.?
Yes.
And then was Angel at some point early on adopted by your father?
Yes.
And what did he call your father? Did he call him Dad?
Dad, yeah.
Okay. And that was a legal adoption, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And your mother, Christine Ricci, do you see her in the courtroom today, sir?
I do.
Can you please point to her and tell me something she's wearing?
Of course, she's in the blue blazer right over there.
Thank you. May the record reflect the identification made by the witness of the defendant?
Any objection? The record will reflect that the witness has identified Christine Ricci.
And your father, sir, his full name is Michael Ricci Sr.?
Yes.
Is that right? I'm just going to show you a photograph, sir, and tell me if you recognize the photograph.
Yep, I do.
Is that your dad?
That's my dad.
What did your father do for work, sir, when you were growing up?
He was a Boston fireman.
Do you know how long he was a Boston firefighter, sir?
I think about 22, 23 years.
Did you know what firehouse he was working at when he passed away?
I do. I believe it was, I don't know if I was on Atherton Street in Jamaica Plain. I think it was Ladder 42, I think.
And besides being a firefighter, were you aware of any other jobs your father did?
Yes.
What else did he do?
He worked for a sprinkler company.
And are you aware of your father's military background at all?
I am, yeah.
And what branch was he in?
The Army.
And are you aware of when your father stopped working at the sprinkler company?
I can't pinpoint the year for certain, but maybe around 2018, 2019, if I had to guess.
And do you know who he worked with at the sprinkler company?
I do.
Was it somebody you knew well?
I did.
Who was that?
Mark McDonald.
And who was Mark McDonald?
He was our uncle and my dad's best friend for as long as we can remember, over 40 years.
And did he play kind of a special role in your family?
Yes.
Could you describe that?
Like I said, he was our uncle and he was the closest person to us that I could think of. And like I said, he's my dad's best friend, and we always saw him around my dad, and it was always a great time to be around him.
Was he also asked to be Sophia's godfather?
Yes, he was.
And can you describe your relationship with your father right before he passed, sir?
Like the moment before, or like how?
The year leading up to his death. Did you see him?
I did see him, yes.
And could you describe your relationship?
It was distant, but it was strong. There was no ill will, no grudges towards each other. I mean, it was always an I love you anytime we try to talk on the phone or text or in person. So there's no strain between the two of us.
What was your childhood like in the Ricci household at 679 Marine Street, sir, when you were a young boy?
I thought it was a normal household, and didn't seem like I was going through hard adversities. And as a kid, just normal, go to school, get fed, have some hobbies, and spend time with the family. And I seemed pretty normal to me.
And did you guys have like family dinners together at times?
Yep. We would always watch TV shows or watch a sports game together in the dining room or the living room and eat dinner together.
And who shared kind of the household responsibilities? Was it on one person or was it distributed?
It was somewhat distributed between the two parents, but I'd say maybe one took on a little bit more than the other, but it was definitely split between the two parents.
And who would you say took on more?
Maybe a little bit more my dad.
Was that always how it was, or did it become that way over time?
I think it maybe just become that way over time, just because I think it was more of the time when we were living in the house longer than 5 years. So we started getting comfortable with how the neighborhood was and how our house was. So we got, more responsibility to take care of. So.
And was your family close, would you say?
I would say so, yes.
And drawing your attention to the fall of 2018, sir, what, if any, changes did you observe in your home?
There's a lot of silence, what felt like tension, and an overall concern of where people were. So,
what do you mean concern over where people were?
I noticed that my dad was not home. He was not home for longer than usually his schedule would be as a firefighter.
So it was noticeably different?
Yes.
And then did it change from a house filled with silence and tension to something different?
Yes.
Could you describe that?
It was hostile, very loud, and I guess even more tension than it was before.
Did you become aware of something your father had done?
Yes.
And was this the fall of 2018, roughly?
I believe so, yes.
And how did you become aware of what had happened?
I was with my sister upstairs. I think it was in her room, and we got called by either the defendant or my dad to come downstairs because they wanted to talk to us. And we were told that my dad is an alcoholic.
Was this a surprise to you?
Yes.
And was that the nature basically of that initial conversation?
Yes.
And was anything else said about your dad being an alcoholic at that time?
Yeah, there was additional information, but it wasn't, I was told privately about it.
Well, I'll get to that. There was a subsequent conversation with you and your father, is that right?
Yes.
Is that when you found out about an affair?
I did, yeah.
Okay. And where were you when that conversation took place, sir?
Me and my father were both in his car.
And how did that come to be?
We were driving around, I think, the parking lot of Star Market, Shaw's. He said, there's also something I want to tell you. that I saw another woman.
And when was that conversation in relationship to the conversation about him being an alcoholic?
I believe it was the same day, maybe 30 minutes to an hour after the initial sit down that we had.
And what was his demeanor when he was talking to you in the car that day?
I could notice that it was a lot of guilt coming out of his voice.
And how long did that conversation with your father in the car or in the parking lot of Shaw's or Star Market last, sir?
It was pretty brief. It wasn't longer than maybe 15 minutes.
And then where did you and your father go thereafter?
We went immediately back to the house.
And when the two of you arrived back at the house, was there any further conversation that day that you recall occurring about the affair?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. And following that particular day, when you learned about both those things about your father, did you see changes in your father thereafter?
I did.
Can you describe those changes, sir?
He was a lot more quiet, not a lot of one-on-one time between the kids and our dad. He was there, but he wasn't present, if that makes any sense.
And what, if any, changes did you see in your mother?
There was a lot of high vocals coming from her, a lot of screaming. The house felt very tense. And it was very uncomfortable.
And in terms of a lot of screaming by your mother, could you tell us a little bit more about how often you would hear her screaming?
If it wasn't every night, it was every other 2 nights. It was very often.
And what would she be screaming about?
The woman my dad had a relationship with.
And what kinds of things do you recall her screaming about in particular?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow him to answer it if he remembers.
It was, do you love her? Were you going to start a family with her? And how they had sexual intercourse together.
And would you hear your father respond in any way?
Most of the time, yes, but it wasn't too loud to hear. It was on high vocal.
It was not a high vocal?
No.
Okay. Did you hear him screaming as much as your mom?
Not really, no.
And after you learned of the things you just previously described about your father, I'm sorry, strike that. At some point, sir, did you make a decision to move out of your home?
I did.
When was that?
June 6th of 2019.
Your Honor, may we approach? Yes. Thank you.
Actually, jurors, we're going to go into a new line of inquiry here, and I didn't realize how close we were to the 4 o'clock hour, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to start that right now. So I'm going to send you on your way for the day with about 5 minutes left in your day. Because I need you to be vigilant to your instructions as jurors, to your oath as jurors. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't do any research about this case, and continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. We'll see you back ready to work at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Good, all right, so the jury, just place your notebooks in the chair, exit this way.
Thank you.
Everyone may be seated. Consistent with what we said at the side of the bar, the conversations or the limitations will be expressed through Attorney Bradel.
Absolutely.
All right. And so, medical examiner, Mr. Ricci, anyone else tomorrow?
No.
All right. I want to raise some issues with regard to the jury instructions. I mentioned this the other day. I've had an opportunity to look at some of the law. I'm going to continue to look at the law, but I want to hear from the parties specifically as to 2 issues, which will come as no surprise to you. First is the issue with regard to the self-defense instruction and the propriety of the self-defense instruction, in particular in connection with the homicide charge. And I want you to be focused on the Chambers case and progeny from the Chambers case. And with regard to the SJC's, I'll call it announcement in that case, that in the context of a murder case, this is at the very end of page 529. There, the court is talking about first criminal defendants who are found to have been the first aggressor and their loss of right to claim self-defense unless they withdraw in good faith from the conflict and announce their intention to retire, citing McGuire and Harris and a few other cases. I go on to talk about, in the context of homicide, the potential, I'm reading from the case, the potential overbreadth of our earlier definitions of first aggressor, and clarified that, and I'm reading from the case, in the context of homicide, a defendant may lose the right to claim self-defense only if she was the first to use or threaten deadly force. And then it cites the then somewhat recent new model jury instructions on homicide, 28 and 29 at note 68. There are maybe 25, 30 cases that cite to this case since then. I'm in the process of reading them, and I need you to be engaged in this process, in particular with regard to your arguments about taking the evidence in the light most favorable to the defendant. what evidence there is that the deceased was the first aggressor, if first aggressor is defined as the person that threatens or uses deadly force. To be more specific, as I understand the evidence in this case right now, and that's only where it stands right now, the evidence of what happened in that kitchen on that day is described through the words of the defendant herself as reported to the police the day that they're in the kitchen. As it stands right now, there is no other evidence of what happened in the kitchen other than some testimony with regard to banging, loud yelling. But I need you to be focused on that particular definition of first aggressor in the context of a homicide, as opposed to self-defense in the context of the ABDW charge, which is a different thing. It's something that the SJC has tried to explain, although however imperfectly as the facts of those cases have dictated. So I'm going to be expecting you to make your respective arguments on that so that I can address that. Equally, although I would of the ABDW charge, which is a different thing. It's something that the SJC has tried to explain, although however imperfectly as the facts of those cases have dictated. So I'm going to be expecting you to make your respective arguments on that so that I can address that. Equally, although I would have admittedly done less work on this, the Commonwealth is asking for, the defense is objecting to the theory of cruel and atrocious. The evidence isn't in yet. That's part of the reason why I asked for the medical examiner's report. I got it this morning. I'll take a good look at it tonight. But the burden is going to be on the Commonwealth on the present state of the affairs. It seems to me that there's quite limited information that supports that charge. Again, we have more to come, but I want the Commonwealth to be focused on the law that supports that instruction on the case law that is out there. What best supports it, and on the other side, what doesn't. Separate and apart from that, the idea of self-defense in the context of ABDW is a separate instance, separate analysis with regard to the evidence, but I want both of your positions with regard to the propriety of the self-defense instruction on the ABDW charge. So those are certain things that are on my mind, and I want it to be on your mind so that when we get to the charge conference, you can best articulate your arguments to your respective sides. Any questions about that?
In terms of that discussion, Your Honor, in terms of timing, when we're going to have this kind of follow-up, can we just get a little bit just information from the court as you see tomorrow going?
It sort of depends.
I know. So just my best guesstimate is I think probably we would have under an hour left on our side with Michael Jr. I don't know how long defense will go, let's say an hour or so, I don't know. And then we have, the medical examiner is not lengthy in time. I would surmise about 30 minutes. So with that said, if that is our best guesstimate, I guess we're all just trying to figure out if we are going to close tomorrow, if we're going to do the charge conference thereafter. Not closing tomorrow.
No.
Okay.
These issues need to be, these are obviously, I don't need to tell you, critical issues. And obviously, you want the opportunity to argue those issues, but I want the opportunity to try to get it right on thoughtful consideration of those arguments. These are important issues to the determination of what work we're going to ask the jury to do as fact finders. So I don't have any intention of running this into closings without you having the opportunity to thoroughly argue your positions with regard to the self-defense instruction and with regard to the cruel and atrocious instruction.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
We'll start back tomorrow morning. Anything anybody needs before then?
Nothing from the Commonwealth. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Have a good night, everyone.
All right.